Alright, stream should be live. I still need a moment to pull up chat and do my Discord announcement, so if you're watching the VOD, feel free to skip the first minute or two, because that's just stream setup. Let's see. Oh, I just saw it. Here you go. Alright, so chat is pulled up for when people arrive. Apparently, oh, Saru started streaming, I think, at the same time. Damn, feels bad, man. We're gonna miss Saru, Saru's gonna miss us. Alright. Live with Yuri. Alright. That's it for setup. I'm just gonna peek real quick, see what Saru's streaming. Oh, and I might tinker with a few more settings. Beating a nostalgic Christmas platformer, the Grinch? Oh, damn, the Grinch. I'm missing that. Feels bad, man. I feel like that was a very old game that I would have checked out. Yuri time, and I'm here for once? What's going on, Jack? How was your week? Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna start in a minute, just to give people more potential time to arrive, and also so I can like set a few things. Like, I'm gonna try to set some tags and maybe set the game to see if that hopefully attracts more viewers during stream. I don't know. I don't know to what extent do these things actually have an effect, but you can actually set the game on YouTube. It's probably not quite the same as Twitch, but it can be done. Alright. All of that is... Got the sauna warming up? Oh, that's fancy. Look at you. I wish I had a sauna. I was thinking about things today, but I don't know how seriously to take my thoughts, because I was thinking these things while I was like half asleep. I don't know if you've ever had those thoughts that you think your usual like way of thinking is different when you're half asleep. So anyway, I was thinking about how I wanted to go camping. That was my half asleep thought. I was like, oh man, I just want to be outdoors in nature and really experience it. And then that's something I wouldn't normally do though, because I don't know the first thing about camping. And usually there's a lot of bears everywhere, so I don't know. But I've been watching some YouTube videos of people who camp, and they like have, I guess, like this, they'll usually have like a big car, like maybe a van, and then they'll attach something to the top of their van that sort of seems like a rectangular bunker, sometimes maybe a triangular prism bunker, and it unfolds, and then they could go inside of that, and it'll have like a plastic window, and it could be like a whole little sleeping space on top of their car. And I think sometimes they have even more of a elaborate setup, maybe with like some kitchen tools. But anyway, I've been watching them, like a lot of Asian YouTubers, and I think maybe streamers, they've been putting those videos on YouTube as like relaxing content that you could watch. I don't know, if you guys are interested, I could always send you one of those videos that I'm talking about and like ping you on Discord. But it looks very cool to watch. Sometimes it's like raining, and even that looks relaxing. It's something I would like to do, but one thing that holds me back is I don't even drive, so I don't even have a car to begin with. But it just seems cool, man. I wish that was something I could be a part of. Like maybe if I could go with someone who has that experience, like I could drive along with them, and you know, the two of us could spend time, or maybe a small group of friends, we could all do that together. That would be awesome. Alright, Russell. I opened my eyes to pitch darkness. How you doing today, Mister? For starters, I reached out to turn my alarm clock off, but my hand gasped only air. We didn't bring it with us. I heard Sachiko's voice. As sunlight finally entered the room, a wallpaper I wasn't familiar with appeared in front of my eyes. I let my hand drop and used my elbows to sit up. Raining may look cool, but you really don't want it to be raining while camping? Why not? Does it attract more wildlife or something? Or is it because you can't start a campfire? I mean, I think they were cooking in the car somehow. Maybe they just had like a few regular things like fruits and vegetables. I mean, I know some of them for sure were eating like fruits and vegetables, but I don't know if other ones had like electric appliances that could heat up their meals. Because sometimes they have like plug-in electric bento boxes that'll heat up whatever you have inside. But I don't know, it just looked so good. Everything gets wet, it's miserable. That's true, but I like the sight of it. The sight of it just seemed relaxing, man. I'm alright, thank you. Sachiko, sitting in front of the dresser and looking at the map, gave me a glance and a warm smile. Good morning. Have you guys done anything exciting today? I woke up feeling miserable. I think part of it was the fact that I went to sleep really late. I got 6 hours of sleep. That's not a lot. Usually I get 8 hours. So I got 6 hours of sleep, which wasn't a lot. And I think I may have slept in a position that was bad for my neck. Like I may have like moved into a not so great position while I was sleeping. So because my neck was in pain as well, I just woke up with like a really bad headache. So I took Tylenol and then I took a nap. And I've been trying to get some work done because I don't know if you guys heard this during my stream yesterday where Mr. Mister was there. I was saying that like my job gave me homework. So yeah, I've been working on that. It sucks. That's not how I want to spend my weekend, but I've been doing that. So that was my day, homework and naps. How's it been for you guys? You guys do anything fun today? Spent most of the day watching a Starcraft 2 tournament. Okay. I should look that up. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Starcraft. That sounds like a game that I was actually trying to play at one point. But then I didn't either know enough about it or... Nah, this is definitely not the game. I'm looking it up right now. Sci-fi strategy. And it kinda... Like the art, graphics kinda look like League of Legends to me. Not that I've seen a lot of League of Legends, but just the first glance kind of looks like that. I ate at IKEA? I thought IKEA only had, like, furniture. They have food? Good morning, good morning. I just ate a chicken parm sandwich. So chicken, tomato sauce, and mozzarella cheese. It tasted awkward. I don't think it was bad. I think the chicken was fine, but it tasted kind of awkward. I'm not gonna buy chicken from that place again. I also got a chocolate cake from them, but I put that in the fridge because the sandwich filled me up. The morning was hell for me though because I was sick. Oh man, so we're both feeling like crap. It's the original esports? Is it? Okay, I did not know that. Oh man, I'm getting a call. I do not know this number. Alright, I'm gonna have to mute my phone. My phone was on... My phone is usually muted, but... Lately, I've had it on in case, like, my job calls it, like, any emergencies. Especially, like, when it's time for the kids to go home. Sometimes the teachers will call me and be like, oh, so-and-so isn't supposed to be in after school. Send them outside. And then, you know, I can send them down for the parents to get them. Alright, phone is muted now. I somehow got out of bed and walked over to the shower room. Twitch itself was created in response to SC2. I heard Twitch, I think, wasn't originally called Twitch. Wasn't it called something else at first? When I returned, Sachiko had already finished dressing up and combing her hair. She also seemed to have turned on the radio in the meantime. Is this the flashbacks again? This looks like younger Sachiko. Younger Sachiko is my favorite Sachiko because I like long hair. With nothing but a bath towel on me, I walked to the window and looked at the scenery outside. Patches of blue sky peeked out, from beneath the thin layers of clouds. Hardly what one could call a bright day, but still good enough for sightseeing. It will clear up past noon, though. It might cloud over again in the evening. I wish it was clear at night instead. Oh yeah, you know what? Since we were speaking about camping earlier, there's another YouTuber that my dad watches, and she basically lives out somewhere, I guess, in the woods or the wild, and she just like, she has a dog, and I guess she hunts, and she definitely fishes. I've seen a lot of her going fishing. Like, my dad will show me those videos because him and I both like fishing. And she basically just, you know, she lives the old ways, living off the land. And I don't know, it's really cool. It's really cool, but also, I don't know. It just seems like something that would be very difficult to do nowadays, especially with all the convenience we're used to. Around here, it rarely ever seems to rain during this season. Apparently it's fog we should rather watch out for. What do you want to do about breakfast? Sachiko, still in her chair, placed the comb on the table and turned to me. Through the window, I can see a cable car passing the intersection. People filled the streets, even this early in the morning. Men and women in suits, casually dressed couples, travelers pulling their carry-on bags. They were all hurrying along toward their respective destinations. I went camping overnight once last spring, and it rained hard all day. LMAO had to cross some marshland, with bare feet because everything was flooded. Every time I hear marshland, I think of, I don't know if you guys have played this game, but Final Fantasy IX. I think there's this big, fat, like, blue frog-looking, but also humanoid character. I think their name started with a Q. And I think you meet them in like a marshland swamp type setting, and they become part of your party. Yo, that game, FF9 was crazy, right? Because I was building like 4 out of the 8 or 9 characters, you know, as you usually do. You focus on building just like 4 characters usually. You have your favorites. And then the other characters weren't, I guess, leveling up while I was building those 4. Like, in some modern games, like, the whole party levels up. But, like, in those old games, only the characters you used would level up. So then eventually you get to one part of the game where all of the characters are needed for, like, a series of battles. And I'm just like, damn. I got these guys, like, level 40, probably. And then these other guys are, like, level 20. This is gonna be a bitch. But I got through it. I beat the game. That cafe looks interesting. The establishment I pointed at through the window had a number of people seated at their outdoor tables, reading the papers while enjoying breakfast. What cafe? Sachiko stood up, came closer, and peeked over my shoulder. That one. Oh, I see. It does look nice. The place had been painted in stylish-looking purple. They seemed to be running both a cafe and a bakery with all sorts of breads and tarts, lined up in a showcase window. Hi, good morning. A waitress handed us the menu as we sat down at one of the outdoor tables. Alright, since we're talking about cafes and bakeries, here's my question for you guys. What's your favorite dessert, or a few of your favorite desserts? My favorite is tiramisu, which is an Italian cake made with espresso coffee, some cocoa powder, mascarpone cheese, ladyfingers, and other ingredients. I also tried recently from the Albanian restaurant, baklava, right? I believe that's what it's called, baklava, something like that. And that was like a very syrupy pastry with walnuts. And that was very good, but it also kind of felt too sweet. Maybe there was like too much syrup for their recipe, but it was very good though. That and that. I pointed at the man reading a newspaper while drinking while drinking cappuccino, and made a hand gesture of drinking from a cup. I'm chill with ice cream, not gonna lie. Dude, I mean, ice cream goes well with everything, man. Like, I could get, like, vanilla ice cream with, like, a chocolate brownie. Oh, man, dude, that's to die for. Because, like, I've made brownies, and, you know, I'm not gonna lie, I make a lot of things very well. But my brownies, they were kind of mid. But then when you throw the vanilla ice cream on top of those brownies, suddenly those mid brownies become like a 10 out of 10. So I gotta respect the vanilla ice cream. I've made ice cream from scratch before. Like, you can make ice cream using 3 ingredients. I think it was like condensed milk, cocoa powder since I was making chocolate ice cream, and whipped cream. You basically just whip it until it's like really thick, and then you freeze it, and then boom, ice cream. Then I pointed at the chicken sandwich at the table of an elderly woman and made a gesture of biting into something in my hands. May I have the same as that? Okay. The waitress nodded and gestured that she had understood our request. Then she turned to Sachiko. Are you ready to order? Yes, I'll have a coffee set, please. Alright. The waitress moved into the building after taking our orders. As she walked, her curly hair bounced behind her like a large spring. I feel I've seen that waitress somewhere before. Really? We kept looking at her bag until the door leading into the cafe closed. We have places like this where I live. They'll be like on a corner, and then they'll have tables outside. We walked shoulder to shoulder under the somewhat clearer sky. I stuffed the macaron I brought at the cafe in my mouth. There were several more colorful macarons under the transparent wrapping of the long, rectangular pack I'd been carrying. I wanted to check out this slope. I took a peek at Sachiko's map and pointed at one of the pictures on it. In that case, we should make a turn here and take the longer way around. Yeah, and then we'd come out there, so... Continued onwards, alternating between looking at the map and the buildings around us. Hungry? I stuck out the macaron pack to Sachiko. Not right now, I just ate one. Jack, so you played this game and you finished it, right? I picked up the pink macaron and stuffed it into my mouth. As I continued up the slanted road, I kept glancing upward to my sides. There were a bunch of plants under the red parasols set up next to the black iron fence at the entrance of a flower shop. Reddish gerbera and roses, yellowish matricaria, white Casablanca lilies, and all sorts of colorful flowers adorn the establishment. Looking at flowers helps fill you with tender feelings, doesn't it? They remind you of something? The melody I hummed prompted Sachiko to smile and note how she was impressed that I knew the song. You knew it too. The buildings lining the street we walked seemed to be an odd mix of general stores, cafes, and private apartments. It was hard to label it as either a residential or commercial area. I felt as though we had been exposed to the backstage of a tourist destination. Yet even in a place like this, the buildings boasted arched windows alongside lavish columns and buttresses. The cable car passed right past us, accompanied by a gust of wind. It rode up the slope, then continued downward, eventually disappearing from view. After we made a turn, we found ourselves climbing up a considerably steep slope. I thought getting to the harbor would be a piece of cake, but the road's still full of slopes. My legs still hurt from all the walking I did yesterday. It didn't take long for my forehead to get all moist with sweat either. Most harbor towns are like this. Sachiko on the other hand seemed to be doing just fine. Not even her expression had changed. Let's check out the cable car first. I walked over to Sachiko and borrowed her map. Alright, we should go that way. I pointed at the downward slope located on the other end of the street, then grabbed Sachiko by the arm. I thought you wanted to look around. My legs are tired. Let's just go at our own pace. Well, I don't mind either way. I descended the slope while pulling Sachiko after me. Wow. The cable car we saw earlier stopped at a lone slope, surrounded by buildings on both sides. We could also make out the sea in the distance. A cool gust of wind swept at us from below, carrying the scent of waves. We spent some time gazing at the sea until the cable car suddenly popped up on the horizon. As the vehicle nearing its stop began to slow down, the driver hopped off with the agility of a street performer, hurried over to the nearby lever, and flipped it to make the cable car turn around. Only the rear end of the vehicle seemed to have individual seats, all isolated in small cubicles with windows. The front had no walls, only poles for standing passengers to hold on to. And instead of seats, there was a long bench splitting the car in two in the middle, allowing passengers to sit on both ends. The cable car's exterior was colored in dark green, with window frames kept in the natural color of wood. Its roof was reddish-brown, with some outdated-looking advertisements lining its walls on the inside. The driver climbed back into the car as it finally finished turning around. That was the cue for everyone waiting at the stop to begin boarding as well. I stepped into the car first, and after turning around, pulled Sachiko inside as well. I continued to guide her to the rear end, and made her sit on one of the seats next to the window. Man, I've been doing that myself in, like, buses lately. Like, I'll go sit in the back, because, like, I'm used to sitting in the back. But the problem is my motion sickness, which I had as a kid, has returned. So I need to sit in the front. And I keep forgetting. You're not going to sit? She looked up to me from her seat. Yeah, I want to enjoy the sights from a higher vantage point. Okay then. Sachiko leaned against the backrest and let out a small sigh. Then upon realizing that I was still looking at her, she raised her face again. What? Oh, nothing. Suppressing my smile, I shifted my gaze to the scenery beyond the window. And so we continued toward the harbor, passing through cramped streets in the shadow of giant buildings surrounding us at every angle. Vertigo? Yeah, I've been wondering, because some of my family members have vertigo. So, yeah, you know, technically I'm not diagnosed, but I think it's a possibility. I felt as though time itself had stopped in the dimly lit night duty room, because there's also, like, some moments. It's not, like, too often. It's not, like, every day, and it doesn't last very long, but there are some moments where I feel a little bit dizzy at random, almost. And I'm just like, what the fuck? I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like, I remember specifically, there was a day, like, after work, it was, like, 4 o'clock. The kids had already went home, and I was just, like, cleaning up the classroom. And as I was cleaning up the classroom, I got, like, a little bit of a dizzy feeling, and I had to, like, sit down for a minute. And at that moment, I thought, you know, maybe it's because I'm tired, or maybe it's because I'm, like, moving around a lot. I keep turning my body, shifting. Maybe I'm trying to clean at too fast of a pace. Maybe I need to slow down. But, I don't know. I know that day I felt it, but, you know, after I sat down, I was fine, because I usually walk home from work. And the walk home was okay as well. Everything was fine. But, I don't know, man. We gotta... maybe at some point I could talk to a doctor about it. But, so far, since it's not something that happens too often, I'm not really as concerned. I shifted my consciousness back from the memories, and I inhaled a light breath. I could hear rain outside. It was starting to grow louder, almost resembling our evening squalls. During times like that, I'd enjoy listening to all the different sounds rain made as it fell on the leaves, the glass, or the roof. So this is like the whole camp experience, the sound of the rain. Michael seemed to have already fallen asleep. Oh yeah, so... have you checked your blood pressure? Low blood pressure could cause that too, when, like, standing up, etc. Usually, my blood pressure is, like, 118/78, which is perfect, because it's supposed to be, like, just below 120/80. There are times where I've seen my blood pressure go, like, to 90/60, and I know that if it goes below 90/60, then it's, like, really low blood pressure. At that point, you have to be between 90/60 and 120/80, between that range. And I've always been between that range. I've never... and sometimes I've been a little bit on the high end, which would make sense because my family has high blood pressure, my mom's side. But yeah, I don't think I've seen, like, really low blood pressure at any point. I don't know. I've been trying to... I eat healthy. Like, I eat a lot of fruits and vegetables. I try to have low sodium, no sugary drinks, just water and tea. I try to drink as much water as needed. I exercise pretty much on a daily basis. So, I don't know. I'm trying to keep things healthy, but we'll see. So far, again, I haven't been diagnosed with anything. Even when they do the blood test, they haven't, like, diagnosed me with... not the blood test, but, like, the blood pressure readings and everything. And all the other tests that they do, they've never diagnosed me with high blood pressure or anything, so... usually they tell me I'm in pretty good shape, so... I don't know. So, we'll see. Just gonna keep exercising, eating well, and... you know, I think some of it could be, like, also stress-related at times. Because during the past year, I've definitely had more stress than I've had before in the past. Because usually I was, like, always stress-free. But within the past year, there's just been a lot of different things going on that it's like, damn. Especially with, like, my current job. My current job, you know, working 10.5 hours every day, it's not great. Even though I do enjoy my job, I'm sure you guys have heard me, like yesterday in particular, say, like, wholesome heartwarming stories about it, it's still very tiring nonetheless. Sleep claimed me soon after my vision went dark. I felt almost like I was being swallowed deep down into the earth. I could hear the wind whistle somewhere in the distance. I could have sworn I spotted tears around Maiko's eyes, but by the time I could confirm it, my consciousness had already drifted into deep slumber. I wish my job was like, you know, regular hours, but at the same time, working overtime does help a lot with the income, you know, because I do get paid for it, so I don't think I'd want to relinquish that extra income. I think it's needed. I woke to the unnerving sound of something extremely tense and tough, like a piano string, seemingly snapping in two. It was ringing in my ears. I could see the contours of a traditional Japanese room in my hazy vision. Most of it had been overtaken by darkness, almost giving me the impression I was deep underwater. The ringing suddenly grew worse, and my eyes misted over. I was sure that every monster known to man was lurking within that darkness, glaring at me with hungry eyes. Cold sweat covered my forehead. I slowly rose to my feet, careful not to make a sound, and continued to the kitchen. I found a cup and turned on the tap. The moment the water hit the sink, it sounded almost like standing next to a waterfall. I hurriedly stuck out my cup to block the stream. I took a sip of the ominously sloshing liquid. My eardrums nearly exploded at the sound of water passing through my throat, making me fall to my knee in surprise. What's going on, Azure? How's your day going? I made myself focus on the cold sensation in my stomach for relief. I leaned against the stove and embraced my knees. Closing my eyes, I remembered that special trick a friend once taught me that would always help me fall asleep. How's your day going, Azure? I would imagine myself floating in the middle of an empty sea. I was telling them earlier that my day has been pretty sad, bro. Woke up with a headache. Spent my day working on the homework for my job and then taking a nap. No fun. I'm sure tomorrow will be better, though. I slightly opened my eyes and saw Mayuko sleeping in the night duty room. Reminding myself that I wasn't alone in this storm, I closed my eyes again. You had another fit? Mayuko's voice rolled out like thunder. As I opened my eyes, I saw her rising from her futon and coming over to me. Mine's well, just I don't know, I feel neutral today. I mean, neutral ain't bad. When I closed my eyes again, I responded by furrowing my eyebrows. I heard the rustling of clothes. Mayuko probably crouched down in front of me. Something touched my ears. Look at them getting all close and cozy. It felt as though there was an intense, raging gust of wind trying to escape my ear canals now that this warm sensation had blocked it. Oh yeah, Mister. Let me know if you want me to give you like a rundown of what this game has been about so far, because I know you're coming in. This is like basically my 4th stream of this game, I think. So we're like 8 hours into the game, maybe 9 hours into the game. So you come in. This is technically chapter 1, because the prologue was like freaking 8 hours, I think. But so you missed like an 8-hour prologue, and now this is chapter 1. I don't feel energetic today. I mean, bro, I feel the same. I feel the same. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if it's like the weather where you live, because I know for me it's like a rainy day, which doesn't help. I don't know if it's like something else, but could be that you need some positive stimulation, like some laughs or something to make you happy. I know those types of things give me a lot more energy, just those warm moments. I'll figure it out, don't worry. Oh. I mean, it's kind of complicated, but if you want the challenge of figuring it out, I won't steal the opportunity from you to play detective. I could hear the sound of pulsing blood, but it wasn't mine. As I began to focus on that sound alone, the others gradually faded out. Mayuko was covering my ears with both of her hands. The somewhat nostalgic sound of pulsing blood drowned out all other noises. I didn't mean to wake you, I'm sorry. I tried saying that, but with my sense of hearing going completely haywire, I wasn't sure whether my voice actually came out or not. Mayuko remained silent, keeping her warm hands on my ears. That warmth slowly traveled to my frozen cheeks. I felt the storm drawing farther away. The noise in my eardrums was gradually subsiding with every passing second. As my heart rate began to drop, I finally began calming down. Just for reference, I'll tell you this much, Mister. This girl in front of me, Mayuko, is not the same, I don't think, as the girl on the right side that's like clutching her knees. Because Mayuko kind of looks like Sachiko. The violent sounds drilling through my brain had finally died down. I touched Mayuko's hand, signaling that she could let go. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay now. Mayuko tilted her head to look at my face in the moonlight. The area around your eyes seems reddish. Did you have a scary dream? I closed my eyes, trying to recall what had happened right before that fit. It's raining here today as well, but I don't feel like talking to most of my friends in general. I just feel upset as well for no reason, although nothing happened. I don't know. I think people, when they're upset, they're always upset for a reason, even if they don't immediately realize the reason. Let me ask you this. How were you feeling yesterday? I know yesterday there were some things that you were upset about because you talked about you were uncomfortable with some things. But were you still feeling the same as yesterday, or were you feeling a bit happier yesterday despite the discomforts, or how does today connect to yesterday, basically? I couldn't recall exactly what the dream was about, though. And I didn't feel like trying too hard either, especially after that nightmarish, ear-ringing fit I just had. Will you be able to go back to sleep now? I took a few moments to make sure everything around me sounded okay, then slowly nodded. On the other hand, with my mind finally clear, I couldn't help but wince at what all this implied. Let's make sure to check your diary tomorrow and see if you haven't forgotten something again, okay? Narasaki Clinic. Consultation room. Okay, I remember Jack told me to read the tips. I gotta read the tips. Oh, chapter 2. Alright. The Hilltop Mansion. Alright, so as this game goes on, I heard that the chapters get shorter. Supposedly. I heard the prologue is definitely like the beefiest part of the game by a long shot, so. How do I read the tips? Save, load. Oh, do I have to return? I don't have to return to title, do I? I don't know. Jack is probably still here. He'll probably tell me. I don't want to fuck something up by returning to the title when I don't have to. The smell of a winter forecast assailed my nostrils as the train car's doors slid open. Tips? Yeah, do I have to go back to the title to read them, or do I have to just figure out what button to press? The platform I stepped on seemed to be made of stone. A gust of cold, humid wind blew a bunch of dry leaves up the mountain. Rumble, rumble. The rusted train left the station. Its sluggish movement reminded me of an old man with a cane. Not sure. I mean, this is a question you should be sure about, though, because all I'm asking is, did you feel happier yesterday? Or did you also feel kind of neutral yesterday? That's all you gotta say. Were you happier yesterday, or were you still neutral yesterday as well? The station was silent enough for me to make out even the rustling of grass. Why does this look like a Jesse James setting? Like a cowboy, Wild West setting? Stepping inside the station, I spotted a sign with the station name spelled out on it. There was also a bluish plastic bench. Its faded color the result of constant exposure to rainfall. Likely no one had sat on that thing in months. I took a few steps forward on the uneven, stone-paved road, with patches of grass sprouting from its cracks. Oh boy. My suitcase's wheel got stuck in one said crack. Realizing I wouldn't get far like this, I picked it up and continued carrying it in my arms. I could see a large oak tree in front of the station. The station itself was a wooden building, sporting wooden window frames, with a bored, yawning station warden loitering around its vicinity. I was kind of happy yesterday, I guess. Okay, so yesterday you were in a bit of a better mood. So we're going to take this as a today thing. I think one possibility is that Maybe it's just because nothing all that exciting has happened yet today. I know for me, like, I always feel my best when something interesting happens very early in the morning. So, for example, back when I was a teacher in my old school, I noticed that there were some days where, let's say, I would spend the first hour of my day preparing for the day, like preparing worksheets or slides on my smartboard or some sort of activity for the kids to do and the materials they needed. Whenever I spent the first hour prepping, even if I had a good day, that day wouldn't feel as exciting as other days. And I realized the reason was because on the days that did feel exciting, I would spend the first hour of my day either talking to other teachers, like my colleagues, or I would spend the first hour talking to the students who came to school early. Because, I'm an extrovert, so if I'm talking to people as soon as I'm able, like first thing in the morning, then that sort of sets the stage for a livelier day where I feel more energetic, I guess. And then if I start off my day kind of just doing my own thing and I'm not talking to people, then it kind of just mellows me out, I guess. I don't know. Like, I want to talk to people as soon as possible. That's just like for me. That's what I noticed. But that's also a possibility for you. Maybe you need something a little bit more exciting than Genshin quests to sort of get your gears revved up. What's going on, Dab? How you doing today, brother? Let me know if you're in Discord logged in yet and you want the link today. If not, that's fine. We are in chapter 2 of a Yuri visual novel. Mr. Mister wants to figure out the plot for himself, so I don't know if you want to do the same. If you want a rundown, I could give you a rundown and Mr. Mister could close his ears for a minute, but we're on chapter 2. The prologue was like 8 hours. Chapter 1 was maybe like an hour or two. And this is chapter 2. What's the worst thing you've overheard a kid say about you? Oh, that's hard. That's difficult because most of the kids like really love me. They enjoy having me as a teacher. They've said a lot of good things. Like one student said that I have a soothing aura. So that was very sweet. A lot of the kids, they like to give hugs, which is kind of weird because when I was a kid, I don't think any of us gave our teachers hugs. But for some reason, nowadays, the kids, they hug, like, all of their teachers. Like, not just me. They just hug everybody. It's weird. But anyway, I mean, I don't think any kid has really said anything bad about me that I've heard. The only thing is that there's definitely one girl in my school right now who she likes to be like off task. She tends to talk a lot and just not focus on her work. So I've had to scold her a lot. And as a result of me, I guess, trying to scold her and get her to focus on her work a lot, originally she got along well with me. We would talk about anime and stuff. But now she's getting to a point where I guess she's like not my biggest fan. So she'll like grill me. She'll just like look at me angry. But other than that, I don't think anyone has said anything about me. It's just like that one girl that likes to look at me angry. But other than that, I think everything's been kind of polite and respectful for the most part. I dislike hugs from everyone. Like, you don't even like hugging your friends or anything. I'm the opposite. I don't dislike hugs. I'm okay with hugs as long as it's not my family, to be honest. Yeah, I'm a little bit like that. I'd rather hug, like, my friends and stuff. But I'm trying to be more open to hugging my family, because, family, you gotta love them while you have them, man. What's going on, Draken? How you doing today, bud? Draken, this is chapter 2 of a Yuri visual novel, a girls love visual novel. The prologue was about 8 hours. Chapter 1 was about an hour or two. So we're 10 hours into the story. If you want a rundown of what has happened so far, I can give you a rundown. But yeah, we're 10 hours into this game. This is the 4th stream. I began rummaging through the bag in my hands, looking for my magnetic ticket card. As I walked closer to the ticket machine, the warden finally noticed me. Too bad my family does not care about me. I doubt that. What proof do you have? What have they done or not done that makes you feel that way, if you don't mind sharing? I just hugged for about 2 seconds and stopped because I dislike physical touch often. That sounds like something to explore. I don't know. That sounds interesting. I'm not gonna have you talk about it though, because it might sounds like it might get personal, or sounds like it sounds like it might get personal. Yeah, I'm the opposite. I like touch, I guess. Like I like giving hugs. Sometimes I'll like either I guess like pat someone on the shoulder or just like, you know, touch their shoulder to sort of give that like I'm here, you know, vibe, or that vibe of comfort. Kind of like, I mean, this is gonna sound like a funny example, but I don't know if any of you have played Final Fantasy 15. Like in Final Fantasy 15, there's this weird game mechanic where if you're about to like run out of health or die, kinda like you're low on health, like one of your boys can come over to you and like touch your shoulder and you'll just get some health back. And that's kind of like what I do in real life. Like if I feel like one of my friends is stressed or I just want to comfort them for some reason, I'll just touch their shoulder to help them get some HP back, you know what I mean? I think it's something that I stole from Final Fantasy, which sounds stupid, but I don't know. I think it's cute. They like it. It doesn't work. It works. And sometimes I give head pats too, because I don't want to, like when the kids hug me, I don't want to hug them back because, you know, I feel like you gotta have boundaries. So I'll just like give them a head pat and that's that. He was wearing a blue uniform, but his tie was crooked and he had no caps on. I soon spotted the cap hanging on the wall next to the desk he was sitting at. I finally found my wallet. Exiting the station, my gaze once again fell on the same oak tree from before. Upon closer inspection, I noticed it was somewhat slanted, hanging above the narrow road that only had space for a single car. My phone accidentally called my mom while I was in your live stream, and she said it sounded like screaming. Bro, it literally is me screaming. Screaming for you to let me out of the dungeon. I don't know anything about this. You don't know anything about what? Head pads? Oh, and Final Fantasy 15? Oh, who's this cute girl? Bro, you gotta look her. Exiting the station, my gaze once again fell on the same oak tree from before. Upon closer inspection, I noticed it was somewhat slanted, hanging above the narrow road that only had space for a single car. Speaking of which, there was an old-looking car parked at the side of it. And next to said car stood a long-haired woman in a kimono. She is cute as fuck. I like kimonos. It almost looks like a Chinese dress, which I like. She's got the long hair. Kind of seems like Twin Tails, which me and my friend Toby like. This game or whatever this is. Oh, do you want to know about it? I can tell you about it. Or do you want to kind of, like, figure it out? Depends what you're into. Mr. wants to figure it out. But if you want to know about it, straightforward, I could give you the straightforward rundown. She was fixing her hair, looking at her vague reflection in the car window. As I approached her, she spotted me and turned around. She is hot, bro. Miss Mizuno? That's right, long time no see. Oh, she's the girl that we met in, like, Paris or whatever, wherever the hell we were? It really has been a long time. You came to pick me up? Of course I did. Oh, hey, just put your bag here. She opened the rear door of the car, her graceful movements in odd contrast to her somewhat crass manner of speech. Bro, Miss Mizuno looking good, not gonna lie. With my bag on the back seat and me sitting at the front, our car began climbing the mountain path. And I was at the wheel. Seeing someone driving in a kimono was an odd sight to say the least. Still, she had to stuff her long sleeves into her sash and take off her clogs. We slowly but surely ascended the mountain, following the twisting, chaotic road. Oh yeah, for those of you who are in my Discord, I created Genshin Impact channels where you guys can see other active players from your region. So the category in the channels are just above the voice channels. They're private channels, so you'll only be able to see the channel from your region. So for example, the Europe region one has Mallet, a friend of mine. Jacob, another friend of mine. Aurora, Ren, and Toby. The Asian one has 99. A friend of mine named Chi and Chuya, who some of you guys met yesterday. And America's has like Coast, Azure, XYZ, Saru, and a bunch of other people. And I'm gonna add more players. I haven't added every Genshin player I know, only because many of them no longer really play Genshin and stuff like that. So, but I added a few people that, you know, you never know. You could probably make friends with if you want to try to make friends with them. Some of them are live streamers themselves, so yeah. No Miku sweater? Oh, damn. I effed up, didn't I? I forgot my Miku sweater. Can't believe you're calling me out. Near the curve to our left, we saw a rusted guardrail and a round mirror on an orange pole. To our right stretches a vast mountaintop slope. I was going to say mountaintop slope, which would have been fine too, but whatever. Illuminated by sunlight, filtering through the multitude of naked branches, their leaves long since shed. And I sounded a brief chuckle. Your fancy magnetic train card won't work here. Seems that way, yeah. I never even considered it. So that's why it took a while for you to get out of the station. You totally caught me off guard since I figured you'd be coming with the next train. I watched the patchy shadows of the foliage above dance upon the surface of the road. Apparently it had rained here recently. The few remaining drops of water sparkled on the leaves in the late afternoon sun. The car tilted a bit as its tires drove into one of the deeper puddles of the road with an audible splash. I read some of the lore yesterday, and it reminds me of Pokemon. How the hell does it remind you of Pokemon? What? How much did he read? How many chapters? I'm guessing you at least read chapter 1, which was Rom versus Nari. Like, they're chronological, so you have to read them in order for it to make the most sense. I held onto my seat, doing my best to maintain balance. Better watch out, the roads around these parts can get tricky. Noted. The car seemed to have lost its seatbelt over the years, so I had no choice but to rely on the door handle to keep myself in place. The leather seat would change its shape with every jerk of the car. Though rough to the touch, the seat wasn't uncomfortable to sit on. It accepted my weight with just the right amount of resistance. The interior wasn't made of cheap resin sheet, but quality wood, most likely the only reason it hadn't completely fallen apart by now. I spotted an animal toy that looked like a cat with long ears, and a small bottle of aromatic dried flowers hanging from the front mirror. The car's interior had that certain vintage smell to it, with the hint of an orange-like fragrance lingering about as well. The sea will come into view in just a sec on our left. Her words made me shift my gaze to the window. Through the leaves of chinquapin trees and wild camellia bushes, I could make out a small port town, as well as the sea further beyond it. As I admired the deep blue hue of the waves visible through the moving foliage, a high-pitched sound, almost like a flute, filled my ears out of nowhere. Was that a green pigeon? I fought with the handle for a while to roll down the stubborn window. The wind, carrying the salty sound of the sea, blew into my face. I brushed the hair off my face and listened in to the cries of winter birds as the cold wind caressed my skin. We managed to continue on a proper road for a while, but soon enough we were back to driving through a rough mountainous path. If we had continued down that road, we would have ended up at the port. The Nai began telling me how she participated in some hotel owner meeting in the town earlier today, and how she spent the rest of her time in the market district shopping for supplies. Apparently she managed to find some unusually choice ingredients at a bargain price. In other words, I had dinner to look forward to. The trees became more scarce as we climbed up higher in the mountain. There was almost nothing blocking my view of the port town anymore. From this angle, it looked like a split bowl opening to the sea. There were no tall structures in sight. The lack of obvious office buildings gave the land a sense of serenity and calmness. It really made me feel like I'd entered the countryside. I spotted an arc that indicated the entrance to a shopping district. Beyond it, small buildings with red and blue roofs lined the road like a mosaic. As the road edged closer to the sea, even those buildings became scarcer. There were ships and boats of various sizes anchored on the other end of the big levee surrounding the town. Some were even sailing into the sea as I watched. I noticed a lot of poles embedded in the bay area a little further away from the city. Are you building something there? I think those are seaweed farms. Oh. I love seaweed. How about you, Sachiko? I don't mind it. In that case, you should take some home with you. We've got plenty. We're almost there. How much chapters is there on this novel, whatever it is? I think I heard that there are like 6 chapters, and we're on chapter 2, and the chapters get shorter, supposedly, further into the game. Like the last few chapters are really short. I don't know if I'm right about there being 6 chapters, but I think at this point we're probably like halfway through the game, at least in terms of like playtime. Can you see the gondola cable? I had to bring lots of stuff with me today, so I used the car, but it's usually a lot faster to just use that to get to the town. My place is just a little further away from the station. I spotted a brown roof between the slanted white trunks of the trees and the reddening evening sky. You still haven't told me how you think the lore sounds like Pokemon. Because that makes no sense to me, because there's literally like no gym battles. There's no animals being captured or used to fight with. I don't know, like out of all the things for it to remind you of as like anime viewers, didn't think Pokemon would be it. The car took another turn at a 3-way junction. Upon asking what was there on the opposite side, I learned that there was a small mountain village nearby. I heard the cry of a green pigeon again. Did I read that correctly? Did it say green pigeon, or am I like losing my mind? We passed by a hedge fence with several yellow flowers growing on it before finally reaching the actual inn. The actual building was colored in dull brown and looked like it could melt into the snow-laden winter forest behind it at any moment. Windows with wooden frames lined the flat brick wall. Most of them were covered in ivory curtains from the other side. The tires made low crackling sounds as they drove over the gravel driveway. The car jerked a few times as the Nye slowed down to align the vehicle to the parking spot. After a few more adjustments, we finally came to a complete halt. We're here. I stepped out of the car, feeling slightly wobbly after all that shaking, but the invigorating scent of flowers pulled me back to reality. I followed the Nye along the gravel road, which was covered almost completely in golden flower petals. Impressed by how her sash didn't seem to come undone after all that shaking, I glanced over her shoulder to inspect the inn. One side of the building was rounded and rose toward the sky like a tower, its lattice windows only adding to that image. It also had a pointy roof that reminded me of a witch's hat. From it extended a triangular roof with a few windows that covered the middle of the building. The rest of the roof was flat with a white fence for its parapet. Tall trees behind the building extended above its roof, their colored leaves rustling in the wind. They're giving us too much description. I hate reading, like, too much description of setting, especially if I have an image in front of me to look at anyway. It's like, bro, I just want to hear the dialogue between the characters. I want to hear them talking to each other. The semicircular side of the building went out of view as I ascended the fan-shaped stone stairs at the entrance. I don't know, it just does, bro. The double doors had 3 rectangles carved at their bottom and a window at the top. Above the windows, there was a rectangular patch of stained glass. How far did you get in the lore? What chapters did you read? Huff. Then I picked up my bag with one hand while turning the metal handle with the other. She pushed the door half open with her shoulder, then turned back toward me. Welcome, dear guests. Wait here for a bit. Then I swiftly disappeared into the room beyond the lobby desk. The room fell into complete silence with her gone. The sun had almost completely set, yet the lights in the lobby were still off. The only thing to illuminate the floor was a rectangular patch of colorful light that filtered in through the stained glass. For a while I kept staring absent-mindedly at the lobby desk. Its blackwood surface was surprisingly cold to the touch. 2? So you read Rom versus Nari and you read Fable lore? Damn. You're not at the best part yet. Behind the desk I could see a fancy-looking cabinet with arched cat-like legs. Up on the shelves, I also spotted some old, foreign-looking postcards, an artificial flower, and some early Christmas decorations, among other things. So you already met Rom, because Rom is Ronzo. So, just for reference, whenever you hear Queen Rom, that's Ronzo, who you've met. And Nari is like a friend of me and Ronzo and 99 and XYZ, who does like art streams usually. And then Fable is also an artist that I specifically, I guess, know. I don't know what other characters were in there. Maybe Egrom was in there. And Chapter 1, I'm not sure. Egrom is someone that I mod for, and he mods for me? Yeah, he's one of my Twitch mods, even though I don't do Twitch anymore. How do I make someone stop begging me to do a Peppa Pig impression? That is an excellent question, and you've come to the right place. So Azure, who you know very well, often likes to beg me to do a lot of strange things, like say an ooh or bark like a dog. And the way I get her to stop begging me is I say, oh, if you want me to do that, you have to redeem it with channel points, with loyalty points from YouTube. So you could pretend that you're a streamer or a YouTuber and say, bro, you don't have enough loyalty points. You don't have enough channel points to redeem a Peppa Pig impression. And then they'll feel bad and they'll quit, and then they'll have to come to all your live streams in order to get the points they need. And that is my genius advice. This is why I'm a teacher. Thank you. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Nanai appeared in the doorway holding a green journal. Oh, it's working just fine, don't worry. Realizing I was looking at the register, she pushed one of its buttons, causing the lower half to open up with a lively ka-ching. There were a few bills and some coins inside. We don't really use it much though. Nanai closed it with another ka-ching. She then placed the journal on the lobby desk. I want you to sign your name here. Yes, here. Then here and here. After pointing out 3 places on the paper with her fountain pen, Nanai popped its cap off and handed it to me. Thank you, thank you. Sign my name 3 times. Ding dong. The grandfather clock that towered near the far wall of the lobby had just struck the hour. I'm surprised that your friend is saying do a Peppa Pig impression. I feel like nobody talks about Peppa Pig except for like kindergartners. I know kindergartners be like, hey yo, read some Peppa the Pig. I used to work with kindergarten. They always wanted to hear either Elephant and Piggy or Peppa the Pig. But like, nobody else talks about that shit, bro. The clock's hand signaled that it was 5 o'clock. I'll show you to your room. And I stashed the journal under the desk and circled around it. I was about to nod when the camellia branch trembled in the vase, almost as if to answer my stead. That reminds me, I still haven't told Ronzo that one of my students drew a cursed art image of Squidward versus mixed with Elmo. This girl looks cute. The one that owns the inn, when she's wearing that red kimono, she's super cute. The floors creaked under my steps. I don't know if you remember from my other streams, but she was the girl that we met like in Paris, who helped us get out of the alleys. What the F? Question mark? Why are you guys putting question marks? Why are you guys saying what the F? What's wrong with Squidward mixed with Elmo? Looking out, it was like a perfect mix too, like bro. I definitely saw the Squidward, and I guess I could kind of see the Elmo. Looking out one of them, I can see the inner yard and its stone-paved path through a crown of leaves. To my left, I noticed several doors, all of which bore the same designs as the ones at the entrance. My friend Ronzo likes cursed art. So for example, if you go to my Discord, right? Go to my Discord, go to maybe you share your art, and then go to pinned messages, and like Ronzo has posted a lot of cursed art that I've pinned. So one of them, she drew me. That recent drawing of me looks fine. The one below it from July 19th is pretty cursed. The one below that is pretty cursed as well from June 9th. Actually, Ludgia drew that one though. Maybe I didn't pin enough of Ronzo's cursed arts. I only see like one that's like super cursed. There's more, I promise you. There's more cursed arts. I just didn't pin them all, I guess. Usually I pin things when people drew like me or something for me. That's usually when I'll pin it. We turned the corner of the L-shaped corridor when an eye finally stopped. This is your room. She turned the key in the lock, opening the door. After entering the room, she left my bag by the side of the bed. I walked to the other end of the room and glanced outside through a large window. Its elegant lace curtains swayed in the light breeze. It gave me a view of both the port town and the sea. I'll leave your key here. And I placed the key attached to a rectangular amber-colored and semi-transparent key holder on the nightstand next to the bed. Anyway, I'll get back to work now. You're free to go anywhere you want inside the inn. We also periodically check the windows, bathrooms, and so on, but as you can see, most of our equipment is pretty old, so don't hesitate to inform us if you find that lights don't work somewhere. I will, thank you. I'd love to talk to you some more, so what would you say to having dinner together tonight? And when will that be? How about in an hour or so? Sounds good to me. Jiu, you're a wonderful friend? Bro, where is this coming from? What did I do that was so wonderful? Cool, I'll come pick you up in an hour then. Okay. You have to tell me what I did that's wonderful so I could keep doing it. Then I moved to the door and left the room after making a curt bow. After glancing out the window one more time, I sat down on the bed. It had a vine-like canopy and that seems to be carved out of— You know what? This is like making me really want to go on vacation. I haven't been on vacation in a long time. So I know, like, the two most recent vacations I remember, one of them was like maybe close to 8 years ago now. It was when I went to San Francisco with my friend. And then maybe like 4 years ago we went to New York. But, you know, I haven't gone anywhere in a long time because of the pandemic. I kind of want to go somewhere. I kind of want to go to Toronto. I've been wanting to go to Toronto for a long time. Canada. That'd be nice. After I was done with that, I joined my fingers and stretched my arms next. I had to step down from the sill to reach the floor, which was at a slightly lower level than the door itself. The interior furniture was of an old Western design. The green one-seater Victorian sofa had an acanthus leaf design carved into its leg. The color of the sofa's mahogany armrests had faded over time and looked almost black at certain spots. That said, its springs seemed to be in perfect condition. I lived there? What, in Toronto? And with the tall backrest, the whole thing was a pleasure to sit on. What a coincidence? Wait, why is it a coincidence? Tell me more. I spotted a small chest on the cabinet that had the carving of a lion on its side. An ivy plant was positioned on top of it, covering its upper half with vines. With SF being one of the vacation destinations here too? Oh damn, I didn't know that. San Francisco is cool, so I went to a couple of spots. There was one spot called Ghirardelli Square, which had a Ghirardelli store. And, you know, Ghirardelli is the brand that sells chocolate. But they sold, like, really good, like, ice cream sundae and, like, milkshakes and things, I think. So I got some sort of ice cream sundae. I think it was called a Rocky Road, but I don't think that's what it was called. I think that might have been, like, part of the name, but it was, like, maybe a Rocky Road, like, plus. Like, a Rocky Road plus. It was, like, I don't remember everything that was in it, but it was just really fucking good. And then we went to an aquarium that was around the bay. We went to Giant Stadium. We watched the baseball game. We wanted to go to Alcatraz, but the tickets were like sold out. Apparently you have to pre-order them, and we didn't know that. We went to Coit Tower. They had like a little Chinatown area. We went there, and I bought like a Pokemon shirt, an Attack on Titan shirt, and an Angel Beats shirt. We went to some mines. And we went to a few other spots, I guess. But yeah, San Francisco was fun. It was good. Oh yeah, you know what? Actually, San Francisco, like when my friend's cousin was showing us around, because his family lives out there. She took us to a restaurant, and at that restaurant, I had sake for the first time. And I remember I had specifically a Nagori sake, and it was like really fucking good. So ever since then, I've been trying to buy Nagori sakes, because I'm trying to find that very first sake that I had. I'm trying to relive that experience. So far, I've had Sayuri sake, and I've had a Junmai Ginjo And I don't think either of those two was like the original that I had. But the first sake that I had was really fucking good. I also had a sake bomb, which I think, if I remember correctly, was sort of like a hotter, warmer sake. But yeah, that was my first experience with drinking sake in San Francisco. Mister, let me ask you, what's Toronto like? Especially like in terms of crime, because usually big cities have crime. So do you feel like it's relatively safe, or is like crime going up? What's it like over there? The white porcelain. One of my friends, who's visited Canada a few times, has said that the best places to go in Canada are places along the St. Lawrence River. So I think one place that he mentioned was, and I'm gonna double check this, was Kingston. So yeah, Kingston, Canada, apparently is along the river, I guess. And he mentioned 2 other places. I just don't remember them all. For some reason, I always remember Kingston. It's really nice, and it seems pretty safe, at least where I live. That's good to know. I've been thinking about possibly moving to Canada one day. Like, I feel like if I were to ever move, I would move to, like, Toronto, or I would move to, like, fucking, what's it called? Tokyo area. Either Japan or Canada, man. That's right, I remember that year I came back and found the entire place covered in heaps of snow. Hardly something I'd forget considering how little it snows around these parts. Time sure flies, doesn't it? Watching this stream is slowly making me a bit happier. I thought you were gonna say it's slowly making me fall asleep, because that's what you said to me yesterday, and I'm like, oh damn, I'm slowly making her fall asleep. That was how Nanai replied when I brought up the year we met. Thank you for showing me around at the time. Who knows where I would have ended up without your help. Oh, don't sweat it. Nanai made a mischievous smile. The blackwood table in the middle of the dining room had engravings of ivies and cosmos flowers on its sides. It was supported by spindle legs whose shape reminded me of dewdrops. I'm glad the stream is making you happier, Azure. So do you like it? Like what? Our mansion. Yes, it is quite something. Yo, bro, she's trying to show off her money so she could bag. I'm glad it didn't disappoint. Damn, we're gonna get freaky tonight. I expected a smaller place since you told me you managed it alone. I'm not really doing it alone. My auntie's also here, and during peak seasons, we hire part-timers from the town to help out. Unfortunately, we don't have a hot spring on the premises, so there aren't that many customers around this time of the year. She let out a sigh. I see. That explains why you have time to have dinner with me. That's the long and short of it, yeah. Cheerfulness returns in the nice features. A gust of wind suddenly swept through the room, making the candle lights between Nanai and myself flicker. Do you always use candles for lighting here? No, those are for special occasions. Special occasions, bro. She's trying to woo Sachiko. Don't you find it romantic? Bro, let's go, Mister. These girls are about to get it on. There was a dark window on the wall behind Nanai. Upon giving it a closer look, I spotted the shadows of tree leaves fluttering in the darkness like wavelets in the night sea. You know what, though? Real talk, I don't think anyone here is gonna know what I'm talking about, because I'm about to name drop a very old PlayStation 1 game. But if anyone has ever played... I know Azure for sure as hell hasn't, but if anyone has ever played, Digimon World on PlayStation 1, maybe you guys could look it up, but in Digimon World, there's this mansion where, like, the vampire Digimon lives, and this looks like the room that he's in the mansion, like, with the long table and all the chairs around it, and it's, like, dimly lit and all that, has, like, an orangish dark hue. Bro, it feels like the Digimon World Haunted Mansion Mistomon setting. Digimon World was a fucking banger of a game. It was, like, really difficult in the sense that you had to find Digimon and bring them back to the city, and sometimes you had to do, like, very specific things to get them to appear, and you wouldn't always know what those specific things were. Like, for example, I remember I brought, I think, Vaidmon, the alien, back to the city, And I don't even know how the fuck I got him to appear at Mount Panama, but somehow I got him to appear. Yeah, man, that game was fucking awesome, dude. They have a more recent, like, modern Digimon world called Next Order on PlayStation 4. That one was also fun, but... I know it has the same format of bringing Digimon back to the city. It wasn't as fun as the original, though. There's nothing like the original. But that one was also very good. Digimon has a lot of good games, including Cyber Sleuth. If that's the case, I hope it's a merchant vessel. Why? It costs a fortune to transport all this furniture from overseas? I see. Have you acquired anything new lately? A few things as usual. Our ship's not departing tonight? We're resupplying on water and foodstuffs right now. And once that is done? Well, the wind looks favorable and there's not a single cloud in the sky. We could sail at any time if that is your wish. And I let out a hearty, sailor-like guffaw. Are you always like that? And I asked after we both calmed down. I just realized that if I run out of ideas of like what to play for the kids at my job for after school, I could probably play some Digimon. I've been playing like Ninja Turtles for them, Cardcaptor Sakura, Pokemon, Sonic. Probably play some Digimon at some point too, spice it up. Takako was always like that though, I added. Sounds like a fun person to be around. Shame I didn't get to meet her. I bet you two would have hit it off. Nanai made an amiable smile again. She seemed to possess an entire repertoire of smiles and knew how to use them. As a result, I ended up revealing more than I originally intended. I shut my mouth and shifted my gaze to the window behind her. Beyond the huge shadow of the mountain, bright stars decorated the night sky. It really was a huge mansion. I couldn't imagine how Nanai, who was more or less my age, ended up owning such a place. I want you to be my teacher? Bro, you're too old for me to play Sonic and Cardcaptor Sakura for you. If I were your teacher, you'd be fucking doing some long-ass essays. You'd be getting to work. You said your aunt was also working here, but what about your parents? I don't have any. My mother passed away when I was little, and as far as I know, my father ran off before I was even born. And I said that as though it was nothing. I see, that sounded kind of scary, bro. Nanai made another smile, perfectly attuned to the situation. It didn't seem like she was bothered, so it would have been odd for me to apologize. Not knowing what to do, I shifted my attention to the food. Steam billowed forth from the boiled radish as I used my chopsticks to slice one. I put it in my mouth, tasting its warmth. You prepared quite a feast today. I could smell the mouth-watering, salty, sweet aroma of the well-seasoned meat and potato stew. Among the many plates on the table, beside the radish, there was also one for sea bream sashimi with seashell leaves. I picked up an oyster from another plate and put it in my mouth, feeling its gentle sweetness spread across my tongue. Takako was not a fan of the taste and would always move oysters to my plate. Don't be shy to speak up if there's anything you don't like, and you don't need to eat everything. I'll happily finish your leftovers. I'm not particularly picky about my food, thank you. I felt the slippery texture of the oyster in my mouth. A mellow sweetness enveloped my tongue as I bit through the flesh. Okay, never mind. Damn. The fact Takako disliked this was still baffling to me. I let my gaze settle on the flickering candlelights up in the gently swaying chandelier as I reminisced. The two candle holders lined up on the table below seemed to be designed in a fashion similar to the chandelier. I recalled seeing an almost identical chandelier in the lobby room too. You know, facts, like, if I were your teacher, I can't do, like, math probably at that level. So I would probably be, like, a reading and writing teacher. So you probably really would have, like, long-ass essays. That would be my thing. Man. Gentle orange light illuminated the room. You find any good furniture that day? Nanai looked up from her food, momentarily ceasing her attempts to separate a portion of the fish from a stubborn bone using only her chopsticks. I got a question for you guys. What's your favorite book that your schools have asked you to read? I think my favorite book from like high school was To Kill a Mockingbird. I noticed my guy was spazzing out for a second. To Kill a Mockingbird. I also liked The 10th Man, I think by Graham Greene, and 12 Angry Men. I was like, I didn't read all of the books that the high school told me to read, but I like those three. Those three. So I think I've reread The 10th Man too. 10th Man was fucking bussin'. None? Damn. Not a single one. Shit. I love writing. I love writing. I write fiction stories all the time, just like the lore, but better than the lore. Got really lucky that day. I managed to find a mahogany sofa and a writing desk with glass doors. That sofa is actually the one in your room. I recall the green Victorian sofa I saw in my room. You have good taste. Thanks. From the other end of the table, I could see an eye flash another smile. I heard the brief rattling of the windows. The wind must have picked up a bit. It's just seasonal wind, said the eye. I shifted my gaze to the window. In these parts, the wind gets stronger around the same time every year. Don't worry though, it won't blow the entire building over or anything. I'm glad to hear that. And I, after sipping out all the soup in her left spoon, stuck it in my direction for me to inspect. The good thing about antiques is that they can still stand the test of time. Look at this spoon, for example. It's been around for half a century, and with enough care and maintenance, will stay in tip-top shape for another 50 years, no problem. And I showed me the other side of the spoon by rotating it in her grip. In the past, these things weren't as common and expendable as they are today. So every article is made with care by an actual master of the craft, rather than machines. I see. You know what? That's actually interesting to hear. Because I was starting to wonder, like, why would something antique last longer than what we have today? And I was thinking that it was just because people today want to make more money, you know? They want to sell more, make more money, but it makes sense that things weren't as expendable because they didn't have machines to make them back then, so they had to make them to last for that reason. It was actually pretty cool to read. I don't think we ever really had book assignments. Really? Like, you never had to... Oh, man. That's interesting. Because they assign books for you to read, and then usually you'll have to, like, write an essay, like maybe a 4-paragraph essay, let's say, about the book and some of its themes or something like that. I remember they also made us read The Great Gatsby, but I didn't read that one. It sucked. They wanted us to read Lord of the Flies, but I didn't read that one. That one also sucked. Opinions on the character Rinko from Bandori? Hold on, let me look that up. I'm not familiar with any of that shit. First, let me look up Bandori, because I don't know what that is. Alright, Bandori Bang Dream is a Japanese music media franchise owned by Bushiroad. It began as a manga. Do they have an anime then? Or no? Is it just like a game? I see one hot girl from Bandori. She could get it. Alright, now let me look up Bandori Rinko now that I know what Bandori is. Alright, so Rinko kind of looks like Sachiko from this game. Just some girl with long black hair. I mean, I don't really know a lot about her. All I know is what I'm looking at in this image. And this is like a very just like generic look. I feel like other girls have the same look but do it better. So Rinko kind of mid, sorry to say. Yeah, there's a game and an anime. I didn't know there was an anime. That's also the wind. I wonder if I left one of the windows open. Another gust clashed against the window behind an eye. Soon after, I heard the knocking sound again from the direction of the corridor. Did you think it was a ghost? I don't believe in things like that. Let's see. Phew, I'm full. Then I placed her plate back on the table. There were a few more plates on the nice side as we finished eating. You really ate it all. This is nothing. If anything, I'm still a bit hungry. Looking after an inn requires quite a bit of physical work, you know. Besides, this is dinner. We heard the same knocking sound from the corridor. Want to go and look around this area tomorrow? I can show you around. Then I pushed the chair back and leaned forward against the table. Are you sure I wouldn't be imposing on you too much? Of course not. I want to do it myself. In that case, I'll take you up on the offer. Alright, you just leave everything to me. I'll show you all the best places. Wow, okay then. What about Himari from Bandori? I'm pretty sure they're all gonna look generic and mid, not gonna lie. But I'll check. Bandori, Himari. Okay. It's kind of cute. And they have a figure of her for only 27 bucks. Apparently made by Sega. That's interesting. I can't tell if it's Amazon or not trying to sell. Oh, it is from Amazon. Huh. So she's got pink hair, pinkish hair. I'm trying to figure out who she reminds me of. She kind of reminds me of Yui Yuigahama from Snafu, aka Origaimu, aka my teen romantic comedy. But I feel like she reminds me of someone else too, and I can't quite put my finger on it. I think she reminds me of a girl. And I can't quite remember who, but a girl from one of the Yuri anime or Yuri games that I've played. She kind of looks like a Yuri character. She could get it. She could get it. I would rather see her get it from another girl, though. That'd be hot. I would give her 8 out of 10. Light filtered in through the window, painting the room in a pale bluish hue. The windows seemed to have frosted over during the night. I could even spot a small icicle extending from the roof. The fact that the freaking windows frosted over is setting some Heart of the Woods vibes. For anyone who saw me stream Heart of the Woods, that was the last Yuri visual novel that we played. The courtyard visible through the window was now blanketed in white. LMFAO, yeah, all the characters in Bandori are lesbian? Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? Now I'm gonna have to fucking watch that anime, dude. Bandori, you? Alright, let me see. Let me see who you is. Wait, is you a character, or were you spelling something wrong? Because I'm not getting anything for that. Let me write that down. Bandori, lesbians, must watch. Bandori, Yuri anime. Boom. Wait, I wrote something here, and I wrote something in the wrong fucking spot. Oh well. You from Bloom Into You? Oh yeah! She does look like you from Bloom Into You. Fucking nailed it. Good job, Azure. I heard the floor creak. A tiny bead of water traveled down the shaft of the icicle before soundlessly dropping to the ground below. The withered grass crunched like shaved ice under my feet. There was a small hill with a camphor tree in the center of the courtyard. Its branches extended from its trunk in complex patterns reminiscent of lightning, forming an awe-inspiring canopy that sparkled beautifully in the morning dew. A tranquil silence fell upon the area, giving the impression that the entire world had entered a deep slumber. The flower beds surrounding the hill had all withered in the morning sun. A garden cart that had been forgotten nearby was half full of rainwater. I kept listening as the frosty air chilled my skin. One of the tree branches shuddered, sending drops of dew to the ground. I looked up and spotted a small bird with a long tail among the leaves. Why did they keep trying to make this seem like, I don't know, like almost a horror scene? Like we got frostiness, we got bangs on the window, we got withered, the word withered, frostly air. I feel like a lot of these words are trying to set like an ominous scene. Friendly reminder to not forget about the tips. They may or may not be getting increasingly relevant. Yeah, I was trying to ask you earlier. How do I have to go back to the title screen to look at the tips? Because like when I press this button, I just get save, load, settings, return to title, and close. I don't get tips. I don't know if there's like another button that I should press. I don't think so. What the hell did I do? Yeah, I don't know what else to press. They're in the main menu, so I have to go to the title screen. Why is it auto-playing? I don't want it to auto-play. Okay, wait, it says B is the main menu? B plus? Wait, but this is B. I'm pressing B. What? They're in the title? So do I have to save and then go to the title screen? Alright, I saved. We'll go to the title screen because tips. Alright guys, we're reading tips now. Okay. I think I got 4 tips. I don't know. Pale light filled the early morning corridor, its stale humid air tickling my nose. I shook my still somewhat drowsy head and continued with my daily routine, inspecting the room equipment. Today was room 008's turn. Not breaking my stride, I pulled out a bunch of keys from my pocket and began looking for the one marked with number 8. There must have been about 50 keys on that bunch, and with a notebook under my armpit, it took quite a while until I found the key I was looking for. That said, I still managed to have it ready by the time I reached the door with the number 8. Also, the anime is 3D. Sorry if you don't like that type of anime. I mean, I watched Ruby, and that's kind of 3D. As I opened it, the room on the other side sucked much of the fresh air inside, almost like it was breathing. I quickly entered and went on with my business, making sure that all the furniture and equipment in this murky, dust-riddled room was still in the right place. The table and sofa were covered with white sheets, making them look like ghosts. A cardboard box rested next to the sofa. It had been over 10 years since this place turned into a storage room. It had actually been half a year since I last came here. After glancing over the furniture, I moved on to the shelves by the wall. One of the shelves was filled with dishware, while the other boasted a whole collection of thick hardcover books. On the dishware shelf, there were a bunch of white plates stacked upon each other, alongside a few cups and saucers further down. Spotted a case wrapped in a piece of cloth with checkered design. In it, there were forks, spoons, and knives. My gaze halted on one particular dish in the back of the shelf that stood out from the rest. The previous owner of the room made it in elementary school, back when she was a member of a pottery club. It was about palm-sized and shaped like a tulip, colored in reddish-brown like rusted iron. She received some help from the club's supervisor, a professional potter, but aside from the color, she was relatively satisfied with how it turned out. I considered the dishes one more time, feeling as though I had missed something. She made 3 dishes in total over the time she spent at the pottery club during her 6th year of elementary school. One she presented to her grandfather, but the other 2 she kept on the shelf. However, the green dish that was supposed to be next to the reddish-brown one wasn't there. I opened my notebook. It had everything about this room marked down in detail. I turned the page to find that there was indeed supposed to be a green cup here. There were no notes of it being removed. It seemed as though it had simply disappeared by itself. I crossed it out and wrote down today's date slightly above it. Since I found one article missing, I decided to check every single item inside. It was nowhere near as easy as it initially sounded. After I finished, I found out that 2 books were also missing from the shelf. I crossed them out too and wrote today's date above them. With that done, I left the murky room and locked the door behind me. I glanced at the clock to realize the whole ordeal took me over an hour. Returning the keys to the night duty room, I continued with my other duties. Okay, so that one was kind of mysterious. Alright, room 208, consultation room, bedroom. Bedroom sounds kind of sexy. Alright, let's do room 208. After finishing a light meal in the cafeteria, I returned to the kitchen and prepared a small dish for one. I used the same boiled vegetables I ate for my own dish and had already prepared the previous day. All I had to do was warm them up. I picked up the tray I had placed the vegetable plate and rice bowl on, then left the kitchen. From the lobby, I ascended the stairs on the second floor and knocked on the door of the room at the end of the corridor, the one marked with the number 208. As Sachiko ate, I sat down in the cane chair and once again looked over the list of things that had disappeared from the mansion. What is it you're always checking over there? Looking up, I noticed that Sachiko had already finished her meal. I'm making a note of all the things that disappeared from this mansion. Disappeared? Has there been a burglary or something? No, nothing has been stolen. The things here tend to disappear and reappear in other places, that's all. And how exactly do they disappear? I don't know. I've never witnessed the actual moment when they disappear. By the time I take notice, they're already gone. You mean you've never actually witnessed it? I nodded. Could it be you can't even notice things if they vanish and reappear right in front of your eyes? That'd be odd. There's something odd about it. It's just how the world works. Then why are you so concerned about it? Everything here happens for a reason, and I want to know that reason. Besides, if possible, I'd rather not forget what used to be here. Sachiko glanced outside the window. It was black as night and you couldn't see anything, but the light from outside still illuminated the room to a certain extent. Sachiko came to this clinic 3 days ago without warning. It had been a long while since she last visited, so it surprised me. I led her into the reception room and listened to what she had to say. She seemed tired and somewhat pale. I like how my guy is spazzing out. It's because I'm leaning, I'm sort of like laying down. When I asked her about it, she said her job had been pretty hectic lately. When I asked why, she told me Takako had passed away due to an illness. Apparently, Sachiko took over her workload in their office on top of looking after her when she ended up bedridden. She told me she wanted some rest, so I lent her one of my rooms. When I glanced back at her, she was still looking at the window. Sachiko wouldn't leave the room the next day either. There were a few things missing in the room I checked that day too. It was a bit strange to have things disappear in such quick succession, but I was particularly interested in what that missing foreign bin thing was. I returned to my room, still none the wiser about the whole situation. As I reached my desk, I opened the list and after looking up proper nouns, left a little note for myself. Soon, time after noon, I felt hungry and made my way to the kitchen. I'd already had lunch, so I checked the refrigerator for something light. The massive silver fridge had 9 drawers. I pulled out a sizable pear from the bottom one and sliced it up to pieces with a kitchen knife. I left the room for a tray of freshly made tea and a plate of pear slices. I looked outside the window as I ascended the stairs. The inner yard was surrounded by walls from every angle. Even the sky, dark and filled with clouds, looked rectangular. Sachiko was reading a book in her room as usual. You shouldn't forget to exercise. You'll get sick if all you do is read. I placed the plate with pear slices on the side table. Sachiko glanced at the plate and thanked me, but instead of eating anything, returned her full attention to the book. I sat down in the cane chair with my own plate and began reading the novel I had brought with myself. After a while, I began hearing crunching sounds from Sachiko's direction, which made me look up from my book. She was looking at the window. That window was always dark. You could never see anything beyond it. Sachiko mentioned it was odd, but kept looking at it all the time. She also said how odd it was that things kept disappearing. In this clinic, however, things kept disappearing and reappearing without warning. The ones that appeared tend to be daily necessities that you can never forget. For example, the fridge I looked at just earlier would fill up without my knowledge. That sounds weird. This sounds like a Danganronpa thing. Like they constantly have food even though they're trapped inside of a school. Like, what the fuck? Sachiko would probably say that was odd too. Welcome DK, how are you doing, bud? I'm gonna look at the flower beds in the inner yard. Wanna come with me? Right now, DK, we're playing a Yuri visual novel called Seabed. Sometimes we play Genshin Impact and other games as well. But today is a girls' love kind of day. What games do you play? Do you watch anime? If so, what anime do you enjoy watching? Don't mind my model spazzing out when it does. It's because I keep moving my body a little bit too much. I can't sit still. I finished the last slice of my pear and looked at Sachiko. It's been raining a lot, so I want to check up on the flowers. I feel like it would do you some good to go outside a bit instead of staying in bed all day and night. You may be right. My model is spazzing a little bit too much. Brought out plates to the kitchen while Sachiko got changed. Imagine they left when you said that. When I said, what, hi? Honestly, nothing would surprise me. Man, my model is freaking out. I don't know why. I'm just gonna let it be. Gonna let it look threatening. After I returned to her room and picked her up, we continued to the inner yard to look at the flower beds. The inner yard was between the four wings of this building. The weather seemed to have taken a turn for the better. By the time we finally went outside, we could see spots of blue sky amid the clouds. As soon as we stepped outside, we were welcomed by cosmos flowers. They were swaying left and right in the fierce wind. At first look, it didn't seem like any of the flowers ended up with broken stems. Similarly, the soil looked fine as well. I crouched next to one of the flower beds, brushed the dirt from the brick walk, and pulled a piece of a weed from between some of the flowers. Do you like cosmos flowers? I do. Sachiko came to my side and began pulling out weeds herself. I gave her face a long, hard look as I continued working. She looked better compared to when she first arrived. Are you feeling better now? Sachiko nodded after a slight pause. I'm causing you trouble, aren't I? You can stay here for as long as you want as far as I'm concerned, but what about your job? I'm on paid vacation right now. I see. Sachiko had already spent 4 days here. I doubted you could take that many paid days off. Even in case of a death in your immediate family, you would usually only get 2 or 3 days in this country. A wave of sound spilled forth from the speakers in the inner yard, making Sachiko raise her head. After a few more moments of noise, they started playing some music. Is something happening? My mom decorated for Christmas already? Yeah, I think my mom decorated as well. She put a little tiny tree up and the stockings and stuff. Something happening? Sachiko looked at the speaker up in the tree with a confused expression. No, it's just music. Where is it coming from? From the broadcasting room. There are many records there, so they play some of them from time to time. What for? Just to listen. After staring at me for a short while, Sachiko noted how odd it was. I see my model died completely. Probably gonna have to close and reopen the app. Click, click, welcome to the stream. How you doing, bud? Right now we're playing a Yuri visual novel, Girls Love. Sometimes we play Genshin Impact and other games as well. Feel free to tell us which games you play. And if you like anime, what anime are you watching right now? Right now I need to bring my model back because it just died. It'd be like that. It's me, Dab. Dab, you transformed into Click Click? Is this an alt account or did you just change the name on the current account? Change name and picture? Nice. I do remember you saying Click Click was your Genshin name, so I guess that makes sense. 4 days had passed since Sachiko came here. I decided to go look for the medical records detailing her previous visits. She had been here on several occasions, and I was the one to examine her each of those times. I eventually treated and sent her home in a healthy state. Every time I knew exactly what kind of role I had to fill. This time, however, I had yet to grasp it. That said, I didn't feel particularly worried. Are we in Narisaki's clinic? I was a doctor at this clinic and there was only so much I could do for her. After Sachiko returned to her room, I made my... Narisaki's clinic is small. This is like an actual like mental hospital, right? After Sachiko returned to her room, I made my way to the library in the other wing. Her old medical records should have been there. There was a corridor connecting the east and west wings. I unlocked the large double doors leading to it. Having been neglected for so long, the door opened with an audible creak. Beyond it, there was only darkness. Though the light switch was right next to the door, flipping it did absolutely nothing. Even the oculus window located in the middle of the ceiling was completely shrouded in darkness. I propped up the door so it wouldn't close behind me, switched on my flashlight, and stepped inside. The library was a relatively big, circular structure. I couldn't even make out the wall on the other end of the room. The door I entered through was on the second floor, meaning there were two paths I could take. Both led to semicircular stairs. One was leading down, the other up. I chose the path leading down, and using the flashlight to make out my steps, began to slowly descend. Did XYZ work today? XYZ should be off today. I saw it said on Discord he was playing Fortnite. Usually when he plays games, he still shows up to streams. So I'm not sure why he's not here today. But it is what it is, man. Maybe he'll be here tomorrow. The stairs themselves were made of black iron and had reliefs of flowers sculpted on them. Hard metallic sounds reverberated in the room with each of my steps. I finished my descent and continued to a shelf located right by the entrance. What's XYZ? XYZ is one of my friends who's in my Discord. He's what you would call a high ranker. I think he's yeah, he's in my cafe VIP lounge. In other words, he's a Discord VIP. And he's also the multiverses champ in the Discord. So he has one of the highest sort of roles, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, one of the highest roles. That's what they're called. Like right now, if you go to my Discord, I'm number 1, obviously. The server owner is always at the top. Then we have Evil, who's the Mario Kart 8 tournament champion. And then we have XYZ, who's the multiverses champion and also a VIP. I'm also one of his Twitch mods, because he streams on Twitch. Probably playing with his girlfriend. Damn, what are you two playing together? Right on the first page, I spotted some familiar looking handwriting. It was mine. The date was already over 10 years ago. Her symptoms, treatment, and progress are also recorded in the document. It differed a little from how I currently filed my medical records, filling them with random superfluous observations and a number of unrelated information, almost like it was some diary. Feeling the grip of nostalgia on my heart, I looked over the record for a while longer until I noticed the light of my flashlight growing dim. I promptly pulled out all of Sachiko's files from the shelf and returned the way I came. What do you mean, us? Know exactly what I mean. You know exactly what I mean. We got 211 subscribers. So somebody new subscribed. I don't know if they're still here, but if you are, thank you very much. Greatly appreciated. Luckily, I also have my thank you sign up. In case I didn't get to say thank you, that I at least got to read the thank you. Alright, consultation room. We ain't together, bro. That's what you said about you and Kos. But I know how it is. I realized I've been sleeping at the desk of my examination room. The clock displayed the time as 10 p.m. I fixed up my hair, stood up, and took a can of beer from the fridge. I turned on my portable radio, and after adjusting the volume, focused my attention on writing the daily report. I might have called it a report, but it was no more than a rough list of what had happened during the day, separated into a few sections. As such, I finished writing it with little difficulty. I also made a note on Sachiko's overall condition. She had yet to tell me anything vital. However, I felt like it was about time for me to act. With Takako gone, Sachiko came to live on her own. I had my doubts she could survive for long in her current condition. A song I used to listen to came on the radio. I paused and took the open beer can from the side of the table, but it was already empty. I stood up, walked to the freezer, and took out another can. I opened it and, after taking a gulp, shifted my gaze to the little window in the corner of the room. I could see the moon shining brightly in the cloudless sky. The sight made me calm down a little. I flipped through the pages of one of the medical records I brought from the library. The early reports really did look more like a diary than anything. It was full of stories about Sachiko, me, and her usual companion, Takako. I'd see Sachiko maybe once or twice a year after we graduated elementary school, but Takako seemed to have been with her for the entire time. Those two were quite peculiar characters, to say the least. As I finished reading the page, I realized the volume of the radio had gone down. As I glanced at the radio, I saw that the red lamp indicating the life of the two AA batteries powering it had gone dim. It was about to go out completely. I considered removing the batteries and putting them back in. I even toyed with the idea of just shaking the radio. It was an old thing, though, with certain parts of it already rusted away, so I ultimately changed my mind. I finished listening to the distorted sound of the radio with a beer can in one hand, then focused on finishing my report. After a while, I realized I could hear a faint sound alongside the scraping noise of my pen against the paper. I paused, raised my head, and strained my ears to listen. It was coming from somewhere close by. The more I listened, the more it sounded like someone's voice. I had no idea who was talking or what was being said, but it felt like someone had been whispering somewhere in the vicinity. I took a closer look at the radio, thinking it might have honed in on some weird wavelength, but its light had already gone completely dark. I considered the possibility of the sounds from Sachiko's room traveling all the way here due to some peculiarity in the mansion's design. Why do you even ship me with him, although I already have a crush, you know? Why? Because it's funny. I think it's funny. Although I could no longer hear anything, urged by curiosity, I left my room. And you guys bicker really well. You guys bicker like a married couple. I had a slightly bad feeling on my way to Sachiko's room. I think that's the real reason, not because it's funny, it's because of the way you guys argue. It felt as though the corridor was colder than usual. The closer I got to her room, the colder it felt, and the worse my feeling of premonition became. My first thought upon reaching her room was to open the door. However, I then realized there was no light coming from her room, and that it was pretty much the middle of the night. I decided to first check if there were any sounds coming from the room first. Placing my ear against the door, I listened in. I felt like I could vaguely hear something when I was walking toward the room, but now I had fallen into complete silence. After spending another minute or so listening, I still heard no voices whatsoever. I began to wonder if it hadn't just been my imagination playing tricks on me all along. In the end, I pulled back from the door and gave it a light knock. There was no answer. I unlocked the door and slowly pushed it open to make a small gap, all the while careful not to make a sound. These tips make Sachiko seem more insane than the regular game does. It's literally like she's in an insane asylum. The cold seeping out from inside made my skin tingle. A faint ray of light making its way inside from the corridor gave the pitch black room some color. I stopped pushing the door by the time the light reached up to the bed. I strained my eyes as I looked into the darkness. However, Sachiko wasn't there. I pushed the door open and entered the room. Sachiko was nowhere to be seen. The way we argue, bruh. Bro, I mean, you gotta admit. You guys be bickering like a couple, bro. Alright, that's consultation room, and last one is bedroom. I love the melody. Bro. The melody is fucking ominous. Just like the adjectives in chapter 2. No matter where I looked, Sachiko was nowhere to be found. I considered the possibility of having mistaken the rooms, but after taking a better look, the sheets on the bed were obviously wrinkled. I tried coming up with the most likely possibilities for Sachiko not being here. It wasn't exactly the time to go outside, but perhaps she couldn't sleep and wanted to take a walk in the night. However, I also had the feeling it wouldn't be something so simple. I returned my attention to the room. It was much colder in there than out in the corridor, but its window was closed. I couldn't quite understand how that could have happened. However, I felt the room held the answers to her disappearance. As such, I decided to investigate it. The room seemed even darker than usual. I could barely make out the contours of the plants in the corner. It was possible that my eyes were just tired, or there was something else I didn't think of, but I had a bad feeling about this. As I raised my face after checking the other side of the bed, I finally realized there was something left on top of it. It was the book that Sachiko used to read all the time after coming here. I picked it up to realize it was not a book, but rather a notebook with a letter cover. There was nothing written on either the cover or the back. I checked its weight with one hand. After a quick glance around the room, I returned my attention to the notebook. Nah, it's more like sibling rivalry. I felt hesitant to read her personal notes, but I had no other leads. Besides, Sachiko had never left it like this before. I made up my mind and opened it. There were no separate sections to indicate schedules, instead it was just a regular notebook with ruled lines. One neatly handwritten line followed the other, making up sentence after sentence. I failed to buy the extra cheap cuttlefish for 100 yen, so I bought 2 sea breams for 200 yen instead. I paid 100 yen for my daikon, but then found one at the grocery that only cost 80. It's probably best to buy your fruit and vegetables at places like that. I went on a drive to the mountains with Sachiko. On our way back, Sachiko spotted a pussy willow. When I plucked one of its branches for ourselves, she worriedly asked if it was okay. But when we got home, she decorated our entrance with it. Sachiko's name came up, so I assumed this note was most likely written by Takako. At first, the note seemed to mostly be about cooking, but as they went on, I realized that she was noting down every single detail with little to no consistency. The date on the first page was from a year ago, and the notes continued jumping ahead days, sometimes even weeks, until they suddenly ceased, leaving most of the notebook blank. I checked the later pages to confirm if it was really blank, then flipped through the entire thing again. Trying not to get too caught up in the details, there was a point where the writing suddenly changed. It seemed like some of these were written by Sachiko. Well, this is weird, man. Is Jack still here? Jack, why the hell is this story getting so weird? The room suddenly grew completely dark. Turning around, I noticed that the door had closed behind me. Thinking that Sachiko might have returned, I closed the notebook. Is this like a horror visual novel, or is this a romance visual novel? I feel like this is just setting like a very eerie stage. Like, what the fuck is happening here? Damn. There's some real psychological shit going on. I mean, it is supposed to be mysterious, but goddamn. But wasn't anything anywhere near as nice. As my eyes slowly grew used to the dark, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. What was she seeing? Wait, what's that? Is it a second window? A hidden room? The foliage plants by the door had disappeared, the bookshelf changed into a wardrobe, and there was now a new closet by the wall. Before I knew it, I was standing in a completely unfamiliar room. I felt a bitter chill rise up my spine as I confirmed that the notebook in my hands hadn't changed. I turned around to see an unfamiliar bed with curtains. I pulled one of the curtains aside and looked at the bed. Takako was sleeping on her back, with Sachiko nestled against her. What was going on? Trying to keep up with this unexpected situation, I gave my surroundings another scrutinizing look. I started with Takako's face. My intuition told me this Takako wasn't exactly alive. Then I realized I had missed something. The date on the first page of the notebook was last year. In other words, this notebook might contain a description of Takako's death. I wondered why I failed to realize that as soon as I saw the date, but then again, weirder things had been happening around me tonight. I couldn't blame my head for not being able to keep up. As I was organizing my thoughts, Sachiko slightly moved. Her eyelids slowly opened. Bro, what the fuck is going on? Maybe Narasaki is the crazy one, and maybe Takako and Sachiko are made up. Hold up, click. I'm sending a Discord link right now. Click, you said you'd play Genshin Europe? I felt like time itself had stopped. Before long, however, I found myself transported back to the familiar confines of room 208. What the hell, dude? I don't know what's happening in these tips, but in the famous words of Jack, this game bussin' though. Alright, let's load up. Back to chapter 2. There was a pulley and a rope attached to said tip. Another gust of wind swept across the frozen grounds, making the metallic parts attached to the rope hit against the wooden pole with a knocking sound. I hope these tips have been illuminating. They've been the opposite of illuminating. They've made me more confused than I previously was. It looked like a flagpole, but I saw no trace of flag anywhere. Like, nah, I really don't know what's going on. Spent a few moments looking at the noisy pole, trying to imagine what kind of flag it once bore, when I suddenly heard something else. It sounded like a person's voice coming from the main entrance of the mansion. I thought I heard Nanai's laugh. Upon returning to the mansion, I came upon Nanai chatting with a couple of children riding bicycles. Dang, Jack is trolling me, bro. Couldn't make out what they were talking about, but judging from her swaying shoulders, seemed like Nanai found the conversation amusing. Today's the day I catch the River King, I swear. That's some confidence. The children all wore waist bags and backpacks. I could spot fishing rods poking out from some of them. I saw it just the other day. It was this big. I saw a bigger one. It was like this. You idiots. The king of the river can't be that small. It's gotta be at least this big. The children opened their arms wide, trying to show off how large a size they were thinking of. Don't forget to bring some for me, too. Huh? You think I'd let you keep your bicycles and use my river for free? That's dirty. You gotta play dirty now and then to survive in the world. Everyone gets an equal share then. With that, the children began pedaling their bicycles and rode off toward the woods. Oh, I'm having a guest right now, so don't forget her share either. Seriously? It was a mistake to stop here. And I sounded another one of her hearty laughs. Be careful out there. She waved the children goodbye. Good morning. Oh, good morning. Nanai looked behind her shoulder in response to my greeting. They're kids from the town. Apparently they plan to fish here today, said Nanai, noticing me stare at their receding backs. What were you talking about? Food. We might get some fresh fish for dinner tonight. I see. Provided they manage to catch anything, that is. You could have taught them how to make a bamboo net. That's a good idea, but those kids don't know when to stop, so... Nanai shrugged their shoulders. Do they come here a lot? Plenty of places to play around here. Mountains, rivers, lakes. This area is open to the public. We even have a library. Then I pointed at a building further in the distance. I see. That aside, what are you doing outside so early in the morning? Did something happen? No, I was just curious about something. And I glanced in the direction I came from. Oh, so you found out? Only because of this windy weather. Might have been a different story otherwise. I was planning to let you enjoy the mystery for a while longer. Damn, this stupid wind. It ruined everything on the first day. Another breeze swept across the courtyard, carrying some leaves and a few leftover golden petals from the withered flowers. And there was that knocking sound in the distance again. Then I let out another guffaw. You okay with toast for breakfast? If you have hot coffee to go with it. Of course we do. I'll prepare it right away. The pleasant smell of baking bread filled the room. It reminded me of the bakery near my house when I was little. Me Beast is on Fortnite? Mr. Beast? You watch Mr. Beast? I don't watch Mr. Beast. I mean, I do watch some Mr. Beast, but I don't watch him that much. Only every now and then. I used to buy bread from them every morning. Their entrance had a huge pink sign in the shape of a rabbit. I held a tray, a pair of tongs, and some money. The fragrant scent of baking bread, and the sweet aroma of fresh confectionery, butter, and jam would completely overwhelm me. After a few moments of hesitation, I would always pick melon bread and sausage rolls. No, I don't. Sometimes I'd run into Takako. She often brought the rabbit bread, which came in the shape as the sign above the entrance. What was the name of that bakery again? Do you like your eggs fully fried, or... Nanai's words pulled me back to reality. The cafeteria at the end of the corridor and to the left from the lobby had a room shaped like a fan, with several windows on its arched wall. There was also a bar counter by one of the walls. Nanai had been preparing breakfast behind it. I'll have whatever you recommend. I'm not picky about food. Alright, then I'll do yours like my own, fully fried. A warm-colored sofa and the dim lighting in the room gave the cafeteria a vintage feel that you'd have found in many coffee shops a decade ago. It reminded me of the cafe I used to frequent. Through the window, I could see the leaves of the tree in the courtyard. I'll go for most fully fried. Okay. It's raining a bit hard again. How does that make you feel? Relaxed? Depressed? Moist? A sizzling sound reminiscent of heavy applause followed, accompanied by the appetizing smell of frying bacon spreading across the room. I watched the apron-clad Nanai do her work behind the counter. After confirming the temperature of the frying pan, she picked up 2 eggs from a bowl, broke them open with one hand, and dropped both into the pan. I heard another applause. Here you go. She placed the coffee pot she held in her left hand and the basket of bread she held in her right on the letter-covered table. After that, she slid the 2 plates she held under one arm to her freed hands and nimbly lined them on the table before sitting them down in front of me. You're pretty good with your hands. You just have to figure out how the center of mass works. Anyone can do it with a bit of training. Would you like more coffee? Yes, please. As I waited, she refilled the cup I had emptied with a fresh serving of steaming coffee, then placed it in front of me. Yeah, relaxed while listening to you? Wait, so what's relaxing, the rain or my voice? Now I'm confused. Well then, let's eat. Yes. The toast was just the right hue of golden brown. She was good at this. Using my knife, I scooped up some butter from the jar the Nai handed me, savoring its alluring fragrance. After spreading the butter on her toast, the Nai placed some cabbages, some bacon, and a fried egg on it. Once she was done, she began nibbling away at the bread. It didn't turn out too bad. She said that with her eyes closed while confirming the taste. The white cabbages sparkled in the light. I placed only a piece of fried egg on mine before taking a bite. My teeth penetrated the crunchy outer layer and reached the soft, warm insides. Both, It was only lightly toasted, but it felt just right. She was definitely good at this. I still have to finish cleaning the room, so would it be okay if I showed you the place this evening? Said Nai after taking a sip of her coffee. Sure. It's been a while since we had such clear weather. I want to hang the laundry outside before it's too late. After letting out a sigh, Nai leaned against her chair and stretched her neck. I glanced outside the window to see a girl walking on the stone path in the courtyard. Did you see someone there? Nai noticed my gaze as she opened her eyes. Yes. I bet it's the library. There's a library building just next to ours. The books there are pretty old, but it's a big place and has quite a selection, as long as you don't want anything modern. If you like reading, you should check it out. Do you have any plans until the evening? Not really. I see. I felt the sweet smell grow more distinguishable as I continued down the stone path. I made out the hedgerow Nai told me about right away. Extended further along the path up until it disappeared behind the west wing of the mansion. Join the Discord now? Oh snap. Let me go give you the official welcome message. And you said you're in Genshin Europe, right? Alright, you're Genshin Europe. Alright, so I'm gonna give you the role from Genshin Europe, which has the channel that I started, that has like all the Europe players that are active that I know. And as we continue to meet Europe Genshin players, we'll add more people to the channel and have a little bit more of a little community going on there. Right now, Europe is the second biggest Genshin channel anyway. Asia is the smallest. 2 large wooden doors barred the entrance to the library. And if you want any other roles from the Discord, like Anime Night or anything else, let me know. I slowly pushed one of them open, making its rusty hinges creak in response. Dust filled my nostrils as the sunlight making its way into the room, though, through the partially open door, painted a rectangular patch of light on the library's floor. The spacious cylinder-like room had bookcases lining its walls. It had a small staircase on the other end, leading to an alcove with a huge window that circled around the entire building. The dome-shaped ceiling had a circular window, an oculus in the middle that let slightly more light into the otherwise relatively dim interior. The door closed as I pulled my hand off it, isolating all sounds from the outside and giving way for white noise. Arigato gozaimasu for joining the Discord. Click, click. I hope you enjoy your time there. There's plenty of fun lore to read. Plenty of waifu pictures, Yuri stuff, all that good shit. The middle-aged woman at the counter turned her gaze to me. I gave her a small nod. She smiled back at me in response before returning to her work. Click, click. The clicking of my shoes was the only sound bouncing off the round walls of the interior. For some reason, it felt somewhat slow to my ears. The bookcases in the center of the hall resembled the giant stone tablets of some ancient ruin. The light seeping in from the ceiling illuminated a few of them, making the grains of dust in the vicinity sparkle in silver. I tried opening one of the books, but it was from a publisher I'd never heard of. I ultimately gave up on trying to find something interesting and instead chose to find a comfortable place where I could read the books I brought myself. After passing a few more bookcases, I found a somewhat bigger space with a few desks and some chairs for reading. Some books and a whole heap of notes rested on one of the desks. Behind the desk I spotted a girl on a stepladder looking at one of the shelves. I found a one-person desk next to the window. I sat down and took out some of my books. After removing my silver bookmark, I began scanning the text from the right. The girl I spotted earlier returned to her desk as I was turning a page. She placed a small tower of books she'd been carrying on the desk, then pulled out her chair. Her long hair fluttered in the wind as she sat down. Discord is confusing? How so? Without so much as giving me a single glance, the girl opened the large book and placed it in front of herself, hiding her entire frame from view. What makes Discord confusing? I thought it was pretty simple, honestly. For me, like, Discord was easy to figure out, get into. TikTok, Instagram. The only thing that was confusing for me nowadays is like Facebook. Facebook has too many features now. But everything else, you know, you kind of get the hang of it. I returned my attention to my own book. I had to flip a few pages back to find the line where I left off. Alright, hold on. Let me drink some water. The fluorescent lamps on the walls illuminated the page. By the time I closed the book, I'm on mobile, might be different. It is very different on mobile. I don't like it on mobile, to be honest. I prefer it on PC. On PC, it's like very easy, very intuitive. On mobile, one thing that I could tell you is that you have to scroll left and right a lot. Wait, what the hell am I doing? I don't know why. I put my controller down and then a bunch of weird shit started happening. Did we just skip too much text? Do we have to rewind? What the fuck just happened? I was literally in the fucking library with a little girl. Oh man. How do I go back? There must be a way to go back, right? It doesn't seem like there's a good way to go back. You could read some message history, but not nearly enough. I'm gonna reload and then I'll just like skip some text and go back to where we were. Cause I just like fucking, I don't know, skipped a bunch of shit. I don't have a PC yet? Damn. You could get you could get like some cheap laptops. Like just for like online stuff, like Discord and watching streams and doing homework and stuff. They have a lot of cheap laptops. If you want to be like a streamer, then you need a really powerful PC. But just for like doing like daily, regular life things, you don't need anything too powerful. So with Discord, you have to scroll left and right a lot. So for example, let's say I click on a channel from the Discord, like general chat. Then general chat will pop up and you'll just be in the general chat seeing like the whole message history. If you scroll to the right, you'll see the list of people in the Discord. And then if you scroll to the left from the chat that you're in, you'll see the selection of channels again, as well as the other Discord servers. And then you could switch to, say, anime. Then you'll be in the anime channel where you could talk about anime. Scroll to the left again, you could choose a different channel. You could go to waifus and husbandos, see all the waifu art that we post. Scroll to the left again, and then you could jump into different channels. And, you know, again, if you want to spy on who's in the Discord, you scroll to the right, and boom. You get the full list of people in the Discord. You use the @ symbol to ping people. You use hashtag to sort of direct their attention to specific channels. It's not too crazy. The little smiley face will give you the emotes. You could choose the server that you're in using the server icons to find emotes from that specific server. The one thing that I find really annoying is using GIFs on mobile. It's a lot quicker on PC. But it's not too bad using the mobile app. Chapter menu may help too. I'm saving for one. It's in the main menu. Alright, let me check if that will help. Alright, back. I was spending some time with my mom. Aw, so sweet. Oh damn, we skipped a lot. We went from library and we skipped a walk and we went to dinner. Alright. Well, thank you for that, Jack. That helps. Definitely helps. Alright, but we still gotta skip to where we saw the little girl. Without so much as giving me a single glance, the girl opened a large book and placed it in front of herself, hiding her entire frame from view. I returned my attention to my own book. I had to flip a few pages back to find the line where I left off. Like hot photo of my sister? Only if she's a little sister. If she's not a little sister, we're not into that shit, bro. A man's gotta have his kinks. Fluorescent lamps on the walls illuminated the page. By the time I closed the book, the inside of the building had gotten dark, with only barely noticeable slivers of orange light coming from the ceiling window. The girl was still at her desk, jotting something down in her notebook. I pulled up my sleeve and checked my watch. I stood up, pushed the chair back into its place, and left the library. The woman at the counter was nowhere to be seen anymore. I pulled one of the doors open with another loud creak and had a gust of wind blow straight into my face, propelling the sedentary dust of the room into the air. The west wing of the mansion was right in front of the library. The branches of the courtyard's large oak peeked out from behind the building. The entire scenery wore an orange tint. I spotted someone walking down the corridor inside the mansion. The silhouette of a woman with tied-up hair turned the corner and disappeared from sight. I was walking along the hedgerow with my eyes fixed on the window when I heard voices from the courtyard. Is not that young anymore. How old was she again? Her 55th birthday was last month. People in the shower period retired around that age. An I and a man wearing blue work clothes were talking in front of the back door. Lightly touching the brim of his hat, the man made a small bow to the Nai before turning around to leave. The Nai noticed me and turned the handle to close the half-open door. Oh, hello, Sachiko. What was that? I was just paying for the gas. What were you talking about? Oh, nothing. Just some local gossip. I was just about to go to your room. We promised to have a walk together. I hope you didn't forget. What about your duties? I've already finished all there was to do, and my guess is that you've been to the library. Yeah. I'm glad you found a place to relax. She cocked her head and gave me a light smile. Can I come like this? Of course. Good. Then let's go over there first. Turning away from the mansion, I started toward the other end of the courtyard. After taking a few more steps, she glanced behind her shoulder with a smile, checking to see if I was following her. Are you streaming tomorrow? I'm streaming twice tomorrow. So, I think you like the European time, right? So I'll be streaming tomorrow at 16 o'clock. Right? Yeah. I think I'll be streaming tomorrow at 16 o'clock your time. That sounds right. And then at 22 o'clock your time. That sounds right. I'll be streaming twice tomorrow, though. And I'm going to be streaming 2 different games tomorrow that are not this one and also not Genshin. Look, it's a camellia. Following Nanai's finger, my gaze fell upon a host of pink flowers blooming in a nearby thicket. Nanai stretched on her tiptoes to reach one of the branches. I'll take one. She twisted her hand, breaking off a branch with 2 flowers on it. After giving it a scrutinizing look, she showed it to me. I was thinking of putting these up at the entrance. What do you think? 4 p.m.? Yeah, it'll be around 4 p.m. your time, which would be like 16 your time. And then it'll be around 10 p.m. your time, which is like 22, I guess, your time. For East Coast Americans, it'll be 10 a.m. and then 4 p.m. I see, so these flowers were locally picked? Well, gotta take advantage of the fact we live so close to nature. Does make more civilized things like shopping a bit of a pain, though. She hugged the branch to her chest. For Azure, it'll be 7 a.m. and 1 p.m., I think. Yeah. Azure all the way west coast. When you find winter bloomers somewhat more refined? A nice question came out of nowhere. After some brief consideration, I agreed with her. That might be true, yeah, especially compared to the flowers that always predictably bloom in the summer. I know, right? Winter takes its toll on all living things, but if you look around, there are still flowers blooming even in conditions like that. It makes me respect nature all the more. Oh yeah, Dab, did you get to tell us how your day's been? I know I asked Mister for sure, I asked Jack, I asked Azure. How's your day been going? Oh, I'm seeing some Japanese camellia blooming over there. I wish I had a 3-day weekend because today was me just working and napping, which fucking sucks. Then I looked toward the other side of the stream by the road. A few red camellia petals are drifting along in the water. Let's supply some blue Gitaniana flowers blooming in the shrubbery. There's a lake further down this way, let's go. We passed through a dark thicket and came out onto an opening of a lake. The image of the mountain, crowned by greenery, was reflected upside down onto its crystal clear surface. Upon descending the path running somewhat above the lake's surface, we came onto what seemed like an animal trail. The water of the lake was clear enough for me to see down to the bottom. The surface was calm, with only the odd breeze disturbing its stillness from time to time. I can't see him today. Nai was looking toward the lake with one hand above her eyes to block out the sun. Following her gaze, I saw a row of ducks sailing on the water. Were you looking for a bird? Yeah. I spotted some unusual ones just the other day. She pointed at the water with her other hand. You can see those ducks by the reeds, right? Yes. Those are mainly Eurasian Wigeons, with a few Eurasian coots mixed in. The ones with brown heads are Wigeons. The black ones are coots. You can also see a couple with white spots on their beaks. Those are coots. I see. Every bird that quacked or squeaked in the background and I named. The same went for each unique type of grass or bush we passed. Tomorrow is Sunday, what's wrong with that? Is it okay if we make a little detour? Asked Nanai around the time we reached the middle portion of the path by the lake. It gets slippery here, so be careful. The narrow path stretching out to the side had barely half the width of the beaten path we were using. The steps leading up the hill were basically just a bunch of moss-covered rocks lined in a row. It won't take long. The place I want to reach is just up these steps. Nanai took a step up the rocks and stretched out her free hand toward me. As I took hold of it, Nanai easily pulled me up in a surprising display of strength. The sound of running water intensified as we climbed upward. They're the worst? Why? Hey, Nanai, who reached the top ahead of me, started waving to someone. For me, Sunday is actually pretty good because the Albanian restaurant makes their food fresh that day. Usually they make their food fresh on Thursdays and Sundays. But I work all day Thursday, so Sunday is the time to get like the fresh-made Albanian food. I came to see how you were doing. Nanai let out a hearty laugh. She then gave me her hand again, pulling me to the top as well. The moment I stepped on even ground, I realized the sound I'd been hearing belonged to a waterfall. Don't mind the fact that my avatar is dying. I repositioned my body again. And now I can't handle that. It's probably gonna crash, honestly. It's been good. I've been sick. Oh, dang. Yeah, everybody's sick. What are your symptoms? I could smell splashing water. The path led us to a human-sized rock rising above the bank of the waterfall. Below us, 2 boys with fishing rods were staring at the water. Or are you only worried about the fish? Look, Nanai, I heard the second voice from the opposite end of the river. A third boy sees the rope dangling from one of the trees, and after taking a few steps back, swung across the river. Ah! He sounded a Tarzan-like howl and painted a wide arch in the air before landing on another decently sized rock further away from us. The rope and the tree branches it was attached to creaked under his hot weight. He let go of the rope and began energetically waving at us. Hey, I don't want to see you ever do that again. What if you fall and break your neck? Eh? The boy pressed his fingers against his cheeks in an attempt to mimic the exaggerated expression of a certain Munch painting. You're a model? I know, he dying, bro. He dying. I thought you came here to fish. Whoa, I knew you only came here for the fish. Don't worry, I love you all just right next to the fish. Wait, what? Then I let out a laugh as she descended a little path from the rock. So did you catch anything? Huh? Don't you guys feel colder all of a sudden? Said one of the boys at the bank with a smile. Yeah, I think it's about time we started packing up, replied the boy across the river. Let's see. Finishing her descent, and I crouched in front of the fish basket. Oh, you've caught some chars. 4, 5, 6. Ah, this one's pretty big. Hey, that one is mine, said one of the boys, wiping his wet hair with a handkerchief. Who's that lady, Nanai? A new friend? She's our guest. Hello. Hello. The boy who previously asked who I was met my modest greeting with a deep bow. The other two boys with fishing rods also bowed. Make sure there's something for me and my guest, okay? You can have this. The boy pointed at the biggest fish in the basket. For me? Thank you. Oh, what about me? You can have this. He pointed at the smallest fish. You've got some guts, kid. Coughing and a headache and a bit of a fever in the stomach. Damn, bro. Is it the flu? Or is it the vid? Hope you feel better soon. Make sure to head straight home. We know. The boys disappeared behind the corner. It's gotten a lot better? Oh, thankfully. That sounds good. Get plenty of rest, too. Drink a lot of water, man. I think it's time for us to head back as well. With that, she turned toward the direction of the mansion. We took a road alongside the mountain on our way back, and I carried a bundle of winter flowers under one arm while holding the basket of fish we received from the children. I was planning to just casually show you around, but I guess I ended up forcing all this extra legwork on you. Sorry about that. When I looked my way, I shook my head in response. It was fun. Glad to hear it. I see you like children, and I considered the mountain slope for a moment. I do. Besides, it's more dangerous around here than you'd think. Still, I wouldn't go as far as to forbid the kids from playing in the mountains. I know the parents of all the children that come here, so I can't help getting worried every time a group is late to return. Anai slightly raised her chin and narrowed her eyes. The part of the sky she gazed at still had some faint remnants of light blue. The moon above was full and shone with a bright, dazzling silver. I could hear the sound of splashing water near the rocks below us. The river, too, was clear enough to see through. The rocks resting at the bottom sparkled in the moonlight. Why does your hot model keep giving me head, bro? My model doesn't get it, bro. He just don't get it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna reopen my model. I'm gonna switch to the Hatsune Miku one anyway. That'll be better. That'll be better, man. Bum, 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 bum. Time to time, a fisher black spots will swim by as well. Look, a halicon. Or halcyon? I don't know what that is. A colorful bird flew along the calm stream. The feathers on its back glittered blue even in this lighting. Where did you go? I wonder if it's trying to catch a fish. I think so. They tend to land on the branches above the water, and once the fish passes by, they instantly make a move on it. Just didn't have enough clothes and not enough sleep. I think nothing serious. Not enough clothes. Like you went outside and you didn't have like a jacket, it was too cold. I hear you, man. The weather where I live keeps bouncing around. Like some days it's like really cold and other days it feels like a little warm. Kind of weird, dude. And well known for their incredible ability to track down and catch fish. I see. This one seems to be really good at its job, so just look at how steady its flight is. Sometimes you can see them having trouble matching the flow of the river, jerking back and forth. I imagine they eventually learn how to do it correctly by watching their parents or siblings. Shortly after the Halcyon abruptly disappeared from view, I heard a splash of water. A moment later, it had already landed on a branch with a fish in its beak. Oh wow, we were lucky to see that. Indeed. The trees littering the mountain slope on the other side of the river had crowns the color of autumn. The sky above them had now turned completely dark. Yeah. Let's grill this fish when we get back. We can make sashimi out of the big one. But most river fish go better with salt, said Nanai after a long period of silence. You're the boss. What? Your energy and easygoing attitude reminded me of someone. Oh, how so? She was an oddball too. Hey, you calling me an oddball? Nanai raised her arms and shrugged her shoulders, seemingly trying to confirm her own appearance. Couldn't help but chuckle. She answered me with a mischievous smile. Dinner's gonna be ready in a heartbeat. I'll drop by your room once it's done. Alright. Bro, I think Sachiko is falling in love with Nanai, bro. Just like I predicted. Nanai reminds her of Takako. Takao, damn, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. A whole bunch of plates lined the table in our cabin today. A red plate with thinly sliced ham, a basket with bite-sized pieces of French bread, steam billowed from the yellow cazuela plate. It was filled with sauteed eggplants, tomatoes, carrots, and had a soft-boiled egg for topping. The plate with lamb steak had a garnish of fried potatoes and cabbage. In the middle of the table rested a plate packed with chicken paella. And finally at the side, I spotted the salt grilled char we received earlier today. It's 52 for me. Damn, you're 52 years old, Azure, and still in high school? The lowest it's been for me this week was 34? Damn, the youngest person you talked to was 34? That was XYZ? Shit. I was going for somewhat Spanish dinner tonight, and I pulled my chair back, gesturing for me to sit down. At my side of the table, there was silver tableware and a neatly folded napkin adorned with a checked pattern, just like yesterday. Did you make everything? Nah, I just grilled the fish and made the paella. The rest was done by my auntie. Noticing the bottles of white and red wine on the table, Nanai picked them up in both hands. Bro, I ain't that old. I think for her it was 52 Fahrenheit. The weather, the temperature. I told her I didn't need a whole bottle for myself. I spotted two other glasses at the other end of the table, one near the window, the other near the corridor. I wonder if that's for the person I saw at the counter in the library. Yep, that's her. Then I checked the labels on each bottle of wine, then lifted both bottles. Which would you prefer? The white wine was in her right hand, the red in her left. We have some sparkling wine too if that's what you'd like. I wasn't too particular about wine, so I ended up picking red on a whim. Then I nodded and placed the bottle of white wine on the table. I grabbed one of the mini breads and broke it into two pieces. It was still warm inside. I placed a slice of ham on it and put it in my mouth. Did your aunt say anything? Just to tell you hi. I see. I placed a new slice of ham on the other piece before popping it into my mouth. That bread is good, isn't it? I nodded with my mouth full. We imported dough directly from Spain. It has a very fragrant smell. Auntie used to live in Spain for a while. Sometimes she gets all nostalgic about those days, and that's when I get treated to some delicious bread and ham. I see. The char is going to be delicious too. The grilled fish rested on a Japanese-style plate. Ingredients straight from the farm. I almost feel like I'm at some sort of fair. It beats the stuff over at the department store, that's for sure. Nanai sounded a laugh. I picked up my chopsticks and took a piece from the fish's stomach area. The tender yet crispy piece melted in my mouth. It's good. Let me check. Nanai took a piece of the white flesh for herself and put it in her mouth. We use +1 and -1. Don't know if it's a different way to show how hot it is in America. +1 and -1. I've never heard of that. I know about Celsius. And I know about Fergoogly, which is what the Americans use. Never heard about +1 and -1. She slowly chewed it for a few seconds before gulping it down. Hot as hell, but pretty nicely done otherwise. You happen to have a sensitive tongue. I wouldn't go that far. And I let out another laugh. Her smile seemed a little wooden. I've got to make sure they know I'm grateful for the gift. Yeah. I'll thank the kids next time I run into them. I saw something interesting too. You're actually a closet sadist, aren't you, Sachiko? I'd like to thank your aunt for the delicious meal. Oh, she definitely loved that. But I think she's already gone to bed, so maybe do it some other day. Keep wandering about around the place and you'll eventually run into her, I'm sure. It's been raining since the morning here, like 6 a.m. Now it's 3 p.m. Nothing wrong with that. Also, nothing wrong with Sachiko being in the bathtub. Or inside the bathroom. Bro, Sachiko looking good, dude. I crumpled down into the chair, heaving a tired breath. A woman with long, dark hair gazed back at me from the mirror with jet-black eyes. Her cheeks were flushed red, her eyelids heavy from drowsiness. The woman's dark, flowing locks fell onto the white towel resting on her shoulders. Maybe I should cut it shorter. No, leave it the way it is. The night breeze lightly stirred the curtains, sending a drop of water from my hair to my exposed thigh. I reached out to pick up a comb. After lightly dipping the comb in water with a few drops of flower oil added to it, I began combing my hair. A chilly breeze kept blowing inside through the open window. I could hear the knocking sound in the distance. Takako had a habit of curling my hair around her finger to smell it. It was a motion similar to kissing the hand of a princess. Both the tortoise shell comb and this camellia oil were presents from her. She might have disappeared, but parts of her seemed to remain with me. The woman in the mirror made a puzzled expression. Look at that face. Oh, it's +1, +2, and up? Or down? Interesting. I turned off the hairdryer and placed it on the dresser. I stood up, took my pajamas out of the carrier bag and got dressed. After circling around the bed and opening the cabinet, I found a light pink insect repellent tape in an otherwise empty drawer. Once I emptied the contents of my carrier bag onto the bed, I folded up my spare clothes and stuffed them inside the closet. You said you live in Norway, right? Click, click. Can you tell me more about Norway? Like, what are some things that I could do out there if I wanted to go to Norway on vacation? Is there anything bussin'? As for my toiletries, I left them on the nightstand and in the bathroom. I returned the lighter carrier bag to the ground and with nothing else to do sat down on the bed. Knock knock. The knocking sound I heard earlier did not melt into the night sky. Instead, it seemed to have been reverberating in a narrow space. I looked at the window to see curtains folded calmly beside it. The pale moon hung motionless in the dark sky. He wants to dox you? Bro, please. I just want to know if I should add that to my vacation list, okay? It's a wholesome question. Bro, now that you said that, Azure, I'm going to dox you. I'm going to tell XYZ your exact location. And you're gonna live to regret it. I turned the knob, adorned with a chrysanthemum carving, and stepped outside. The branches of the oak tree cast dark, twisting patterns on the floor through the window. Click, click. To my right, I spotted a girl that resembled Takako descending the stairs. Began following her, eventually breaking into a dash. Even knowing my loud footsteps could wake someone, I still wouldn't stop. I only halted up after circling down the spiral stairs that led to the lobby. Upon quickly surveying the area, I realized there was no one else around. Out of nowhere, I could have sworn I heard the front door close. I hurried to the door, turned the knob, and stepped outside. The lack of streetlights made it difficult to see. Oh, hello there, Sachiko. Startled, I turned toward the source of the abrupt voice and saw a person's silhouette emerge from the darkness. It was Narasaki. The corners of her lips curled up as she drew closer to the light. You ran all the way here just to greet me? I'm flattered. Narasaki? I looked her over from head to feet. Seriously though, what are you doing here dressed like that? I was just... What about you? Why are you here? I came here for a vacation, much like you. I was actually thinking of going up to your room right about now, so your timing was impeccable. If you're not busy, can I come over for a bit? Sure. In that case, let's hurry on. I'm kind of freezing out here. Narasaki made a brief smile and entered the mansion ahead of me. No, I don't think so, but I'm not on vacation much in Norway, so it might be. I gotta research it. Narasaki removed her coat and scarf as we entered my room. She placed them on the chair in front of the mirror. I'm clipping that and exposing you and putting you in jail for trying to dox a minor? Wow. I always knew that you were here just to ruin me. All that kindness that I showed you, I regret all of it. I brought you something. There's a tiny white cardboard box that easily fit into my palm. I undid the cover to find two little bears inside, both with ribbons around them. It's a very cute present. One bear was white, wearing a frilly one-piece dress, while the other was brown and dressed in an apron. Pretty nice craftsmanship there, eh? They have clips on their backs and magnets on the inside. You can basically use them to attach pieces of paper to a whiteboard. So they're not just for a decoration? After looking at the bears some more, I closed the lid. Thank you. I'll make sure to put them to good use in my office. Bro, this is getting suspicious. I don't know if Jack is still here, but I'm gonna offer Jack a new hypothesis, bro. I think Sachiko is supposed to end up with Nanai. But I think like low-key, Narasaki wants to cock block and end up with Sachiko herself. I was trying to act nice all day, but you made me break character now because of what you said. Wow, so you were just acting nice, huh? You didn't mean any of it? I'll remember that. I'll remember that when I drop your rank from, what's your current rank? Like 8 billion? Wait, I was responding to XYZ in Discord. That's why I went silent for a minute. Oh yeah, and I came to Discord to look at Azure's rank. Bro, Azure, all we know about Azure right now is that she's in the 101st dungeon. Damn, you know what? There's no lower dungeon than the 101st dungeon, so I guess at this point, we have to do death penalty, Azure. Your sentence is to mold in the locker for all eternity. Oh well. Oh nah, I was trying hard enough, but you caused this to happen. He's gone. He gone, bro. He gone. I'm glad you like it. You're actually quite fond of things like this, right? I am. Though I don't really buy them myself. Thought so. Narasaki made a satisfied smile. I placed the box on the side table next to the bed. Are you thirsty? Yeah, do you have some hot coffee in here? Only if you're fine with instant. I'll take what I can get. I added coffee powder to a cup and filled it with boiling water. I returned carrying 2 cups of steaming coffee, one for each of us. Thanks. I handed 1 cup to Narasaki and sat down on the side of the bed. The bed creaked under my weight. I really should have come by train as well. I scraped the bottom of my car, driving through these mountain roads. They sure weren't built with mod and cars in mind, let me tell you. You came by car? Yep, I just came back from parking it at the place the lady told me about. Isn't this place, you know, quite far from your clinic? Yeah. The trip took about 5 hours, I think. A portion of which I must have wasted getting lost on these damn roads. Considering most of them aren't even on any maps, they were a total pain to navigate. The train brought me straight to the foot of this mountain. Well, you know, it's been ages since I've driven my car, and nothing beats blasting loud music with your windows open as you speed through the highway. After drinking half her coffee in a single gulp, Narasaki once again leveled her gaze with mine. Did I surprise you? Yes. It's been a while since I could take a long vacation. Originally I planned to spend it in Hawaii or Guam, but I couldn't get this off my mind, so... After finishing the rest of her coffee with a second gulp, she placed the empty cup on the dresser. Thank you. You're welcome. Narasaki waved her hand like it was no big deal. Message retracted. She then glanced toward the window, stood up, and walked closer to it. I've also almost forgotten how much better you could see the stars out here in the country. Joining her thumb and index fingers to form a pair of binoculars, Narasaki examined the sky. How did you spend your time since coming here? I've just been relaxing. How do you feel? Pretty well. That's good to hear. I think this place is somewhat similar to my childhood home. I've been remembering the past lately. Yeah, that place is out in the countryside too. I took a walk in the woods today. It's been a while since I've set foot on real soil. That's what you get for living in a so-called concrete jungle, I suppose. It felt almost as though I was transported into a different world. Funny thing is, it's exactly this kind of stuff that used to be more familiar to me. Okay guys, I'm gonna take a break because I really have chocolate cake on my mind, so I'm gonna go eat a piece of chocolate cake. Give me like 3 minutes or so. BRB, I'm gonna write it in chat. BRB in 3 minutes. Chalky cake time. And if somebody shows up and they're like, where the hell is this guy? You just tell them, I'll BRB in like 2 minutes, I'm eating chocolate cake. I'm gonna take a picture too, I'll post it in Discord later. I got a lot of Discord pictures I need to post. Chocolate cake, what, lucky? Chocolate cake is bussin'. Man, XYZ and Azure having a whole, like, flirting competition in my Discord. He's struggling to log into YouTube and Twitch. He said, keep this to yourself, please. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. I need to check something real quick before I start reading again, because my mom said supposedly she saw somebody bring a package, but now she doesn't see the package outside. So I'm gonna check to see if anything was marked as delivered. Anything of mine, anyway. I don't know what the hell they ordered. But out of my deliveries, it seems like nothing has arrived. So yeah, one of my things is arriving very late. So yeah, I don't know what she saw. Maybe it was like some guy just snuck onto our property and didn't fucking belong here. Maybe instead of leaving something, they took something. I'm gonna go tell her that nothing of mine was delivered. I thought you lived in your own house, GU? Bro. I'm not that old, and I'm not that rich either. I remember the three of us spending a lot of time playing by the river. Narasaki gently narrowed her eyes. I wasn't too into it, though. Well, I guess it was usually Takako who wanted to go on adventures. She was the one who'd always slip and fall into the river, or into a hole dug for sweet potatoes, or stumble on some random tree roots, and fall face first to the ground. I remember how we always had to explain to her parents what happened. One time, we even had to carry her to the hospital. Narasaki covered her mouth with one hand, unable to contain a chuckle. Her shoulders trembled for a few moments as she giggled. She soon continued. You jumped through the door like you were being chased. Did you see something again? Why do you think that? Well, where I'm from, it's not exactly normal to rush out of your house in the middle of the night. True! I suppose you have a point. I tried to come up with an excuse, but couldn't think of anything. I saw Takako in the corridor earlier. And chased her outside? Something like that. Was it the first time you saw her around here? Yes, but I also saw her just before leaving. I told her about that episode with Takako in the bath. After giving a detailed explanation about everything I did that evening, I briefly summarized my conversation with the hallucination. Narasaki asked a few questions and I answered. She was curious if there was anything, a physical object, that could have worked as a trigger to remind me of Takako. Yep, it was the thing that she had, the hairpin, I think, and the brush or whatever. After thinking for a while, I told her that the rubber duck might have been it. Narasaki agreed. I decided not to tell her I had somehow booked this place for my vacation without my knowledge. After all, I might have simply forgotten it because of work, and didn't seem directly related to Takako's situation. Narasaki let out a long as I finished my explanation. When I last visited your clinic, you said you wanted to observe my progress for a while before going anywhere further. I asked her if we should start thinking about alternative treatment methods if my symptoms failed to subside, but she shook her head. Maybe this isn't something that just goes away overnight because you regain your memories. I think we should observe it for a while longer. Narasaki made a tired expression and stretched her arms, most likely exhausted from the long trip. I looked away and tried to remember Takako from earlier today, and I thought about the Takako I saw in the bath. Narasaki said there might have been a physical object that made me see hallucinations of her. In that earlier case, it would most likely be the rubber duck in the bath. But I'd never been to this inn before, at least not with Takako. Can the whole town function as a trigger? Maybe I saw her again because this place reminds me of our old home. It's possible, or maybe it's something you brought with you yourself. Thought about my luggage for a moment, but I was pretty sure I didn't bring anything that used to belong to Takako. I gave up on continuing along that train of thought. Came all this way, but I suppose things aren't going to be that easy. I've said this before, but people don't just get better overnight. The important part now is that you're physically healthy. By the way, you said you were curious about something when we last met. What was it? Before she could pry for it, I reminded Narasaki what she said last time I visited her clinic. Narasaki pointed at the clock next to the dresser. That aside, don't you think it's gotten a little late? Shouldn't you go to bed? I should, but then Takako came along and now you're here. It'll be a while before I start feeling sleepy again. Narasaki's lips curled into a smile. She then made a resigned expression. She placed her right hand on her chin, like a detective from an old movie. After seeing that, I glanced at the clock again and changed my mind. Well, maybe it's okay. I don't feel like I could probably think about it even if you told me right now. Narasaki placed her hand on the table. Good. I'll be here tomorrow as well. We can talk about it anytime. There's no need to rush. I'm eating cucumbers. Why? Also, why is my miles spazzing out? Bro. Just because I left for cake, now my model is like having an awkward vibe. Damn, bro, I need to start upgrading my other 5 stars, but I'm not. They're delicious. I think the only time I eat cucumbers is if they're in a salad. Did my thing die? Oh, my guy died again. VC Face is acting very sus today. I use VC Face for my model, as you guys probably already noticed, because I think you guys could see all the background stuff when I set it back up again. But yeah, I use VC Face. And it's not working very well now, is it? I'm gonna change clothes again. I'm going to have my Neko shirt this time. I'm eating them with lime and salt. Tajin. I knew a girl who really liked pickles, which is basically cucumbers and vinegar, to my understanding. I realized that Narasaki was looking at me through her finger binoculars. What? Tell me what can be seen from here. Gave her an apprehensive look, but she said it was just a little psychological test. Me? Looked as though Narasaki momentarily furrowed her brows. It was such a slight movement, I might have just imagined it though. I didn't tell you whose field of view I was talking about, but you picked mine. Seems like you're the kind of person that puts others above yourself. Thank you. Found it pretty simplistic for a test coming from a professional. Then again, maybe it lacked some punch precisely because it was meant for serious matters. Not to be used as a party trick or as a piece of trivia in some variety show. By the way, did you meet that person you met in Italy? And I? Yes. Our conversation seems to stop there. Realizing I was holding an empty coffee cup, I placed it on the side table. I went on a walk with her. We picked flowers and watched some children fish along the way. That must have been fun. Yes, and I smiled a lot. I'm sure she enjoyed it. I was talking about you. My lips curled up slightly as I recalled today's walk. That's right, and I kind of reminded me of Takako a little. Especially when I saw her talking to the children. Oh, I hope I can meet her too. I'm about to fall asleep? Oh no. It is past midnight for you, huh? If you want to sleep, then by all means, rest well. I know you're sick, so you need the rest, man. I recommend going to sleep if you can, and you could always, hang out with us again tomorrow. Or whenever you're free. Sounds like you're gonna hang out tomorrow though, so we look forward to seeing you again. As we finished discussing the night, Narasaki told me it was about time for her to go. She glanced at the cup in her hands. There was still some cold coffee left in it. Listen, you don't need to rush your treatment. You need to slowly and meticulously unravel one entangled thread after another. Pulling on them with force will only make things worse. When there's a sudden and huge change in one's mental landscape, a reaction always follows, and it's rarely good for one's health. When you put a wild fish in an aquarium, they don't adjust well initially, right? It's also common to become sick after a strenuous diet. The Industrial Revolution caused countless problems for the environment, as well as peace and order in general. The sudden growth of capitalism can lead to financial and industrial capital merging, giving birth to monopoly capitalism. What the hell is all of this about? This is a lot of big brain stuff. See you tomorrow, Click Clack. Thanks for stopping by today, brother. It's also commenting on some side. Man, I like how they basically said the Industrial Revolution made the world an evil place. That's what it feels like. The scale of the example is so out there, I only ended up feeling confused. That's how I feel. Exactly. Anyway, you're already fixed on your memory problems the other night, and that's what counts the most right now. You don't need to rush with trying to get rid of the hallucinations. And the ringing in my ears? Right, that too. That's like he gave me a gentle look, seemingly trying to assure me that everything was fine. She tended to make that kind of face from time to time. They would always make me relax. I calmed down a little. Somewhere in my mind, I was hoping not to see any hallucinations here, so encountering Takako tonight must have upset me all the more as a result. I'm really glad you came. Hearing you say that has already made the trip worth it. Saki finished her coffee, picked up her scarf, and left. After putting the cups away, I lay down on the bed. Turning my head to the side, I saw the night sky through the window. The moon shone brightly in the darkness, illuminating the tree leaves and the ornamental sheep figure near the window with its silvery light. As I closed my eyes, I felt like I was drifting along on the surface of the sea. The fresh, salty air coming in from the open window must have been the cause of it. The furniture floated in the water. Before I knew it, my consciousness melted away, and I found myself in a dream of the past. I'm kind of craving coffee now. I don't like coffee. I used to drink coffee, but not anymore. I only drank it a few times because my grandma would make it every day at the same time for my grandpa. So I would sometimes tell her to let me try it. It's not the healthiest thing in the world. I could hear the flow of a river beside me. It was sometimes interrupted by the rocks in its stream knocking together. Although it does have some health benefits. It has health benefits and then it has health negatives. The sky turns orange as the sun goes down. Takako, walking a few steps in front of me on our way back from the rental store, was singing a tune. It wasn't exactly orange though. It was more like that time during dusk when you could barely make out the faces of people walking on the other side of the street. Let's go home together with the crows. Bro, this is so cute seeing them walking together. I feel so bad for her now that Takako's gone, but let's see how things come together for her. I think you're forgetting the lyrics, huh? There's an old song, long since banished to the cobwebbed corners of our minds. I was pretty sure I hadn't heard her sing it since kindergarten. Good. She made another attempt. Let's go home together with the crows. It's still the same, huh? She started mumbling again. Listening to her humming, I tried recalling how she used to sing that song. Takako kept shaking her shoulders in tune with the song, her ponytail dancing with every motion. The bells of the mountain temple ring. Let's go home with our hands joined together. Let's go home along with the crows. Let's go home along with the crows. Takako turned to me and smiled. Yeah, that's how it went. Walking ahead of me, she began her song again. I tried to join her in a small voice, as embarrassing as it was. Love this scene. It really is a fucking cute scene, man. Oh, we got a bot. We can private date chat girls? Yo, Jack. Let's get out of here and date some chat girls. I'll see you later, Azure. Jack and I are gonna find true love out there. The sky turns orange as the sun goes down. The bells of the mountain temple ring. Let's go home with our hands joined together. Let's go home along with the crows. I was glad it was actually dusk. Dusk, the time when it was too dark to see anyone's face. It was the time of day when one had to question who anyone was. What? You heard me. Now that we got that new chatter in chat inviting us to meet hot sexy singles, Jack and I are out of here. We're gonna get hunkered down with some sexy ladies. I slipped into the clothes I prepared for myself last night and left the room. Sunlight filtered in through the east, facing windows of the corridor. The window frames and branches of the oak tree both cast a shadow on the red carpet. Good morning. Upon opening the door to the cafeteria, I noticed Nanai standing behind the counter. Oh damn! She got the for real twin tails this time, bro. Fucking cute as hell, dude. Dude, she's like a dark hair Takako, honestly. She kind of looks like Takako now. And then she's got the Takako personality. They're old women who are 99. Please. You don't know anything about these sexy young singles. You're just a hater. You're a hater, Azure. Morning. You want something to eat? Some bread and coffee if possible? Roger that. Roger Dodger. Picked out the seat closest to direct sunlight. It was warm to the touch. Though I'd already heard them back when I was combing my hair in my room, the sound of chirping birds outside was even louder here. Glanced out the window and saw a group of Japanese white eyes assembled around a puddle of water. Surrounded by fallen leaves, it had accumulated below one of the oak's branches. Another bird jumped down from a taller branch and straight into the water. As I observed its little wings splashing around in the puddle, the fragrance of coffee reached my nose. You're not used to seeing white eyes? And I placed a cup of coffee in front of me. It had a black exterior and a yellow interior. For a short while I observed the little white bubbles above the black surface accumulating near the edge of the cup. Thank you. I often see them up in the trees back when I still lived in the countryside, but they're a rare sight where I live now. Seeing them here made me a little nostalgic. Well, they show up quite frequently around here, and I sat down in front of me and picked up her cup, a streak of steam rising from the hot liquid. I could see her smile beyond that misty veil. She appeared excited. You seem to be in good spirits. Did something happen? I trailed my finger along the corner of my lips. Yeah, I learned how to make some extra special coffee from a cafe in town, and it turned out really well today. Is it drip coffee? Yeah. It's a special way that minimizes the brewing time, too. And I drew her cup to her upper lip, and after savoring the smell for a while, took a sip. It's pretty good if I do say so myself. I'd say mine can pretty much give that cafe a run for its money at this point. And I took another sip, letting the corner of her lips curl up again. I grabbed my own cup, enjoying its warmth. The actual taste was a bit more bitter than what I usually preferred in coffee, but it was still pretty good. You have to do the dripping at calculated intervals and make it strong, like this. She began twisting her right wrist in the air. Meanwhile, she pushed the plate with little bottles of sugar and cream closer to me with her left hand. Picked up the cream bottle and added some to my coffee, making a white marble-like pattern appear on the surface of the liquid. I stuck my spoon into it and stirred until it disappeared. As I observed 99's gestures, I spotted the girl from yesterday, passing through the stone-laden path beyond the window. She had appeared from the east side of the building and soon disappeared beyond the west. What are you looking at over there? And I turned her head around to look at the garden. I was just spacing out. And I turned back to me and, slightly leaning her head forward, took another sip from her cup. I watched the twin tails flutter around her shoulders. She looked upward, her gaze meeting mine. Does it look weird? She traced a hand along her hair. No, I think it suits you. You like twin tails? I can keep it like this tomorrow as well if you want. Someone I know used to wear her hair like that. Oh, I see. You looked really similar to her from behind, so I got started a little bit. She finished the contents of her cup and placed it on the saucer with a barely audible clang. And I stared in the bottom of her cup for a few moments before finally looking up at me. Something wrong? She must have been important to you. As I gave her a puzzled look, Nanai explained that she never really thought too deeply about individual hairstyles, nor did she associate them with specific people. I see. The sound of clanging dishes dominated the room, and I hummed the song as she washed the dishes behind the counter. I asked if I could help and was refused. With nothing to do but listen to the monotone sound in my seat, I felt drowsiness overcome me. I shifted my gaze to the pictures on the wall. One of them showed Nanai's aunt smiling under an oak tree. Another had a girl struggling with the bucket handle on the well. In the third, there was a group of men wearing work uniforms in front of a massive modern-looking mansion. My eyes paused on that picture. The entrance to that mansion looked awfully familiar. Oh, this? Nanai, who seemed to have returned while I was busy inspecting the pictures, pointed at the one I'd been looking at. It's an old photograph of this place, she remarked as she sat down in her seat. I turned toward her. There was a streak of sunlight right where she sat down, making Nanai narrow her eyes. The weather's nice today. Oh, right. Tell me if you decide to take a nap. I'll change the sheets in your room. Thank you. But I'm not planning to, so feel free to change them whenever you want. There seems to be a lot of people in that picture. What's the story behind it? I returned my gaze to the photographs on the wall. Oh, it's a group picture of all employees from when this place was open. Apparently the original plan was to take a picture of the mansion after they restored it. But photographs were rare in those times, so everyone came to see how it all worked, and they eventually ended up taking a group picture. This is me, by the way, and I pointed at a beautiful woman in a kimono sitting on a stool. The baby in her arms was looking straight at us, and I sounded a laugh when I told her she looked cute. Well, all children are. It's okay, I can still see the resemblance. Thanks. I'll take that as a compliment. She made a mischievous smile. I returned my eyes to the picture. That's your mother holding you, right? Yep, we look alike, don't we? To tell the truth, the curtain and I looked more like that woman in the kimono than the baby in her arms. Still, despite their resemblance in their features, there was a completely different air about them. The kimono-clad woman had an expressionless face, reminding me more of a doll than a human being. It felt as though she was gazing into empty space rather than the camera. Everyone else in the picture was flashing broad smiles, making her somewhat gloomy demeanor stand out quite a bit. What are you looking at? Nanai's voice directed me back to reality. Everyone looks pretty happy in this picture, and I directed her gaze to the photograph. Yeah, I think the economy was on the rise back then, so that could be the reason. When you start thinking like that, is it a sign of age? She made a bitter face. Oh, come on, you still look young. Thank you. I'll take that as a compliment. A smile returned to Nanai's face. The woman holding a baby in her arms looked at us through narrowed eyes. Everyone around her looked like they were having the time of their lives. Even without colors, I could tell the picture was taken on a sunny afternoon. They probably broke into lively chatter as soon as the photo session was over. It's a good picture. My eyes stopped on a woman wearing a cook's uniform. She looks like the person I saw in the library. Yeah, that's my auntie. She works here now. You've got quite the keen eye. I can see the resemblance, though in this picture she was still a young woman. She wore a light-colored apron with frills over a dark undershirt. Was she a cook? Yeah, she was our chef, in fact. And you already know how darn good she is. She spent a long time training overseas in her younger days, from Spain to Italy and China. Just give her the ingredients and she'll fix you anything. Here, look at those pictures. Further down, there were a couple of pictures obviously taken overseas. An even younger version of Nanai's aunt was standing near a western-looking storefront. The place's metal signboard sported a relief in the shape of a fish as well as the phrase "lost gas" spelled out on it. The whole thing had a very restaurant-like feel to it. In another picture, she was eating something that looked like a kiwi in front of a pair of massive castle gates. It's impressive, but then why did she come back? My mother recruited her when she found this inn. They were childhood friends as far as I know. I see. Owning a mansion and running it as an inn was an old dream of theirs. My mother saved the money while my auntie perfected her cooking skills. I'm back, I can't sleep! Is there anything stopping you from sleeping? Are you thinking too many thoughts? Are you not tired enough? I don't know, man. Did you take a nap in the middle of the day like I did and now you have too much energy? Hold on, guys. Okay, owning a mansion and running it as an inn was an old dream of theirs. My mother saved the money while my auntie perfected her cooking skills. When I was little, she talked my ears off about how many challenges and hurdles she had to overcome. They must have been good memories. Yeah, I can tell. She always smiles while talking about the past, even though I've already heard her stories a million times over. The night gazes into the distance, her mind seemingly returning to the past. Are there no pictures of you? There should be one from when I was still a kid. And I looked around searching for the picture in question. CP slept. Did you? What made you be a streamer? That's actually a good question. And I was actually thinking about that recently, and I'm still not sure there's an easy answer. But I know I started watching streamers during the pandemic. So around the end of June of 2020. And then I started talking in a lot of communities, and I made a lot of friends. People were making me mods in their communities. I modded for a few Twitch streamers, artists, and stuff. And since I was making a lot of online friends, I figured, you know, people might want to watch me too. They might want to see what I'm doing, play my games. They might want to hang out. I figured I had enough friends that I could build an online community and be successful. And I wanted to keep meeting more people, and I wanted to see where it all went. So I started streaming on Twitch. I figured 50 follows should be easy. Within a month, I got the 50 follows. I became a Twitch affiliate. And eventually I switched to YouTube. And I wanted to see, could I get 100 YouTube subs and then have a custom URL? Shouldn't be too hard. Boom, got the 100 YouTube subs. Now aiming for 1,000. And yeah, it's always just been because like I was meeting people online, having fun meeting people, wanted to keep meeting more people. Meeting people who had similar interests, fellow Genshin players, fellow lovers of anime waifus, fellow fans of Yuri. All of that good stuff, so I guess that's what made me become a streamer. Just the fact that I'm an extrovert and I like to meet people, and I figure this is another outlet for meeting people. The photo showed a young Nanai with her hair cut short, standing atop the oversized root of some large tree. She was holding an insect net high above her head while carrying a basket filled with all the critters she'd caught. You seem to have grown up. You'll one day become a big streamer? I don't know about all that. We'll see. She seems to have grown up into quite an energetic child. It's pretty embarrassing now that I look at it. You like insects? I might have in the past. I like how drone beetles sparkled in the sun and found the wings of butterflies really pretty. I was reading Faber Souvenirs and Entomologiques at the time, which only added more fuel to the fire. To be honest, I liked all animals from birds to fish. Well, you know how kids are. They tend to be fascinated by anything that moves. I never liked insects much. What did you play with when you were a child? Dolls. Alone? At first, yeah. Yeah, you are a good streamer. I appreciate that, click click. Same to you, Azure. But it's a long road to becoming a big streamer, because people have been saying that since I first started streaming, and I've been streaming for like 2 years now, so it's a long road, but I'm definitely having fun with it. I like making different content. I like doing like the YouTube shorts along with the streams and the videos, and you know, we have been getting more subscribers. I've been getting a lot of views. I wish all of those views and likes turned into new subscribers. Because, like, the YouTube Shorts, for example, they'll get, like, 1,000 views, maybe 2,000 views. They'll get, like, 50 likes, maybe more than 50 likes. But then they don't really get a lot of, like, new subs. And I'm just like, damn, if only the people who watch the Shorts could sub, then I'd really be picking up a lot of momentum. Because the Shorts get so much attention. I might have ventured outside more had I been living at a nice place like this. And people clearly like the content, too. But they just don't always click the sub button, and they're probably not really logged into YouTube when they watch it either. Young Nanai was surrounded by trees, bushes, and all sorts of other greenery, almost like she was in the middle of some uncharted, untamed forest. Near the ancient moss-covered trees, coiled roots thick enough to be mistaken for trees themselves, forming a natural maze of worthy exploring. Each layer of the mountainous terrain, resembling a naturally formed, falling water house, was filled to the brim with crystal clear water. Oh, that's right, there are hot springs near that place. Want to check them out one of these days? Sounds like a good idea. It's promised then. Nanai, leaning against the table with her elbow, stuck out her pinky toward me. That brings back memories. I lifted my hand from my knees, entwining my pinkies with hers. If I break this promise, I will swallow 1,000 needles. God damn. If I break this promise, I will swallow 1,000 needles, and our fingers are cut, and our promise is sealed. Huh? Eh? At the same time, the clock from the lobby began climbing the hour. Oh, I didn't realize it was so late. You have work to do? Yeah. You planning to be here for a while? I don't really have any plans. I guess I'll stay here for now. I see. Feel free to take anything that's behind the counter if you ever get thirsty. Thanks. Good luck with work. And I gave me a smile, nod, and left the room. Bro, Nanai is so cute, my guy. You know what? Nanai best waifu. I'm calling it. A gust of wind found its way into the room, making Narasaki's hair flutter as she stared down at the chessboard. The afternoon sky was colored in a pale grayish hue. I could see dense clouds drifting our way from beyond the mountains. It's gotten pretty cold. Can I close the window? Go ahead. Narasaki answered without looking away from the board, keeping her palm on her chin. The final breeze that stuck inside as I was closing the window made a high-pitched, flute-like sound, due to its passage of entry getting narrower, but seized the moment I finished. What game are you playing tomorrow? Tomorrow I'm playing 2 games. One of them is going to be called Oninaki. It'll be my second day streaming that game, so we're about 3 hours into the story. It's a game that heavily revolves around the theme of death and reincarnation. I gotta say, the plot is very odd, but the gameplay is very fun, and the art is kind of cute. And then the other game we'll be playing is called Ender Lilies, which is a side-scroller RPG, kind of like Odin Sphere, Salt and Sanctuary, and similar titles. And it has like a very Alali character, and it's super cute, it's super fun, and highly addicting. So those are the 2 games we'll be playing tomorrow. It's your turn, she declared. I reached out to the queen and took her pawn without sitting down. The board let out a pleasant clang as I placed my piece on its surface. I sat down, crossed my legs, and once again picked up the book I'd been reading. The board and the pieces Narasaki brought with her were smaller than usual and were made of glass. The 2 opposing sides, rather than being black and white, were crafted from transparent and opaque glass. Narasaki's hand stopped midway to her knight. She then reached out toward one of her pawns, yet once again her hand stopped and returned to her chin instead. A black kite outside let out an ear-piercing cry. I think you could have done some serious damage with that first move. Yeah, but I don't think it would have been enough to break through your wall. If you go this way, my lineup will get to the point faster. If you attack, though, you could take my rook at the front. I tilted my book slightly to see the board. Another cry of the kite reverberated across the mountain range outside. I glanced at the gray sky, but saw no birds from this angle. I wonder if it's going to rain today. Then maybe I should do this. The radio said the latter half of today would be cloudy with weak rain. Narasaki's knight moved forward, taking out my pawn. Did you notice any changes in your mood after coming here? Not really. You're not feeling anxious or ill for no apparent reason? I feel pretty calm. Are you asking me because it's going to rain? It's not related to the weather, just... The battle on our board was proceeding just as we had foreseen. I heard the cry of a bird again, but this time it sounded closer. Raising my face, I saw a blue bird on the window still outside. You sure hear birds a lot in this place. They seem to pass through this area often while migrating during the winter. The mountain here is full of evergreen trees, which must attract them. Migratory birds? It's hard to believe something that small can actually cross the sea. I've heard they can put half of their brains to sleep as they close one of their eyes. This allows them to keep flying for long periods of time without rest. Really? Narasaki moved one of her pieces and considered the bird beyond the window with curious eyes. Little thing let out a cry and jumped around on its thin legs a few times. Can you make a car sound? Why? What the heck? Alright, I'll make a car sound for you for free just this once. Ready? Noom! Pretty good, right? Pretty fucking good if I say so myself. Hold on, guys. I'm checking something on an app of mine. Love it, 10 out of 10. Why not? Listen, click. It's not always good to indulge Azure. Sometimes you have to say no. But this time we'll indulge. Hearing Narasaki move a piece again, I shifted my gaze back to the board. Although at the cost of a few pieces, she managed to prevent her king from being surrounded and was now gearing up for a new attack. I began reaching out toward one of the pieces I failed to evacuate in time, but stopped. I realized that if I took it, I'd be opening away from Narasaki's queen to get inside the back of my formation. Narasaki raised one of her eyebrows in an obviously exaggerated way. You make it sound like you aren't thinking anything, but you're actually conniving and laying traps all over the board. That's so like you. Haha, not at all. It was just a coincidence. I realized that Narasaki was gazing out the window, so we spent a short while watching the little bird together. Its round, almost ball-like frame made it obvious that the bird had not been lacking in nutrition as of late. It kept fluttering its wings with much vigor. It would let out a chirp or two once in a while. The year is almost over. Well, thank God for that, because this was a year that was very challenging for me in ways, and not necessarily the type of challenge that I prefer. Would you say it's chirping or just crying? I'd say somewhere in between. Narasaki tried imitating the bird's voice, but I think 2023 is going to be a better year. I spent a few moments comparing her attempt to the actual bird. By the way, how many days did you take off again? About 10. Planning to spend a week or so here. See, what about you? It's about the same. Narasaki pulled out a schedule notebook from the pocket of the coat dangling on a nearby chair and took a few seconds looking it over before answering me. I see you brought that with you. Oh, this thing? Narasaki gestured toward me with the notebook in hand. No, the one that's peeking out from your pocket. I pointed at another notebook in her coat. It was the same one she used to jot down things during my exams. Oh, I thought it might come in handy. It was my turn to make a move, but instead of touching my piece, I asked Narasaki what I couldn't yesterday. We have time today, so why don't you tell me about what's been bothering you about my condition? Narasaki shrugged her shoulders. It's nothing overly serious, really. I was just thinking about your symptoms a little. Thinking? What do you mean? Remember how I said they weren't interfering with your life? Yes. I'm hallucinating without letting anyone else know. That's right. I was just thinking about exactly what kind of hallucinations you were seeing. The Takako you see in your mind participates in conversations with the people in your office and does her job without fail, right? And it all felt natural to the extent you didn't realize there was something off. I just got curious about how it must look to you. It almost seems like another reality exists within you. Saki paused to catch her breath after that long speech. I'm not sure how to answer that. Well, I've no idea exactly what you're seeing, but I think we've had this discussion before. I'm more interested in how you process the conversations between Takako and your other colleagues. Understanding that might help shed more light on your exact position. This year went on so fast, I missed July to June. Why are you saying that opposite ways? Shouldn't you be saying June to July? Instead of July to June? Yeah, for example, Narasaki placed her schedule notebook on the chessboard and began drawing some sort of graph. Not real, real. She pointed at the circle around the words not real and said that it existed only inside my head. That's the world where you thought Takako was still around. And reality is the world where you have remembered that she's not. I made a slight nod as I looked at the graph. Narasaki's pen pointed at the not real bit again. You lived in this one for at least 2 years, and in order to avoid contradictions, you changed the dates of your trip, as well as that of Takako's disappearance. And your current position is probably somewhere around here. Narasaaki pointed at the tunnel-like sign between the two bubbles. The side closer to reality, to be precise. You fixed your memories and are on your way to return here, but you haven't done so completely, not yet. You still keep seeing little snippets of your surreal world when something triggers it. That's how I interpret your condition, at least. And those triggers are things that remind me of Takako, correct? I would say so. The best way to get over this is to spend enough time in an alien land until you're completely back in reality. I realized I could no longer hear the chirping of the little bird. I glanced at the window, the bird had already flown away. Naosaki was watching the empty window too. By the way, did you plan anything specific for this trip? Not really. Good. With no plans, you can relax without thinking too much. Of course, you can always use your brain when you feel like it. Watching from a distance can help you notice new things in your life. This time of the day, I would usually be in my office working. I blinked and considered the chess pieces on the table, but now I was playing a game with Narasaki in a place I'd never seen before. She was certainly right. It felt more relaxed here compared to when I visit her at the clinic during work. I had a pretty rigid schedule near the end of the year. We received tons of orders last year, so the office was basically on fire during those final days. Now that I thought about it, I might have taken on too many jobs because I calculated Takako as being part of the workforce. I wondered if I'd unknowingly done something bad to my 2 colleagues. On top of it, since I realized I was seeing things that couldn't have been real, I ended up skipping work and going to Narasaki's clinic instead. It was only then that I started realizing I'd actually been hallucinating for years. That said, I managed to both finish all my duties by the end of the year and fix up some of my broken memories at Narasaki's clinic. In my mind's eye, it felt like it all happened in seconds. I stifled a sigh, to which Narasaki reacted with a small nod. Honestly, it was pretty incredible how I kept that charade up for over 2 years without anyone putting me into a hospital. With that mystery cleared up, I shifted my thoughts to what I was supposed to do now. So you're saying the symptoms will eventually go away on their own? That's what I believe at any rate. And you also believe I had a specific reason and some sort of goal in mind for conjuring up an alternate reality in my head, is that correct? Well, that about sums it up, yes. The corners of Narasaki's lips curled up. I see your mind's back to being in full throttle. Thank you. I said you should leave the complicated stuff to me and instead focus on relaxing. Treating you is my job, and if I find something new, I'll inform you right away. Are you okay with that? Yes. Anyway, I'll avoid speaking about this unless something new comes up. Meanwhile, you should concentrate on enjoying your vacation. As you say, doctor. Narasaki chuckled. It's the first time you called me that. Do you like it, doctor? Oh, they're getting kinky? They're gonna do the doctor foreplay? Narasaki crossed her legs again and said it wasn't too bad. After that, we resumed our game and continued playing until we got bored. Saying she wanted to look around the area, Narasaki got up and left my room. As I looked up at the Oculus window in the center of the library, the winter sky beyond it was completely dark, despite it still being evening. The lights on the library walls lit up, banishing the shadows to a small area in the middle of the room and the corners of the ceiling. Everything around me was now illuminated in warm colors. A young girl sat at a desk located deeper into the room, reading a book. Holding the sizable book with both hands on its sides, the girl had placed it vertically on the desk before her, essentially preventing me from seeing her face. I continued walking by the bookshelves, my heels kicking against the wooden floor. The book had the girl's complete and undivided attention even when I approached her. Hello. Her small shoulders jerked up a bit as I addressed her from behind. She turned her head around, her pale eyes glaring at me from below. Won't your parents be worried if you stay out this late? She regarded me with indignant eyes. I could see the light of distrust in her eyes, much too intense for her age. However, that light soon vanished and she returned her gaze to the book. Well now, the girl's desk was littered with various other books and notebooks. The girl closed the book and reached out toward the other end of the table, her ponytail dancing in the air behind her. Pulling one of the notebooks to herself, she opened it and began scribbling something diagonally, completely ignoring the ruled lines. I glanced at the other nearby notebook that was open and saw the bird's eye schematic of some building. Can I take a look? The girl, still in the middle of writing, gave me a cursory glance and responded with a brief nod. I picked up one of the notebooks and began flipping through its pages. They were the plans of the inn next door, with each page detailing not only its general measurements, but the furniture and various other little things as well. I see you spent a decent amount of time on this. Upon closer inspection, I realized that the other books on the desk were all related to the history of the mansion. Dr. Giyu? Bro. One of my old friends at the school I used to work with used to call me that. He used to always call me Dr. Giyu. That was funny. There were a number of old informational pamphlets and newspaper clippings scattered around as well. Are you doing this for a school project or something? I don't think I've ever seen anyone go this far for a simple homework assignment, though. It's just my hobby. Oh, there's one peculiar hobby in this day and age. In lieu of a reply, I heard only the shuffling of paper and the sounds of scribbling. Looking up at the ceiling, I spotted a star beyond the Oculus window. I realized the scribbling had stopped. Do you live close by? Who are you? Why do you keep talking to me? Irritated, the girl closed the scrapbook she'd been looking at and reached out to one of the pamphlets. I'm nobody special, but it's only natural for adults to be worried about children. Is that so? I kept turning the pages, but her pen remained still. I turned the page of the notebook I myself was holding. Oh, I think the layout of that room has changed a bit. I placed the notebook on the desk and pointed at the guest room on the second floor. How do you know? That's the room I'm staying at. The girl gave me a suspicious look over her shoulder. The light from the lamps inside intensified as it began to grow even darker outside, illuminating her face. Her somewhat big, slanted eyes sparkled black in the artificial light, revealing more about her thoughts than her soft-spoken demeanor. Her nose looked a bit too refined for someone of Asian descent. Her lips, pink-like flower petals, formed a line and gesture of rejection. She sat with her back straight against the backrest of a chair that was slightly too big for her. There was a certain sense of sophistication to the way she moved. The girl looked me up and down, her deep eyes eventually settling on my face. The sun's already down. Have you contacted your family about being late? Is that all you came here for? Said the girl, narrowing her eyes. Her gesture resembled my friend's. I'm looking for a lost item. Have you seen a silver bookmark anywhere? It has a clover-shaped cutout at the top. The girl turned a few pages of her scrapbook and handed me the bookmark that was there. I found it on the desk closest to the window. Gee, what if you were a female? If I were a female, I would already have 1 million subscribers by now. That would be the next big thing. If you combine my personality with me being a female, like, I'd be top of the game. I found it on the desk closest to the window. I thought it would come in handy, so I put it in my book. Thanks, my friend accidentally left it there, you see. Being made of metal, the bookmark had some weight to it. The borders were decorated with an ivy pattern, with the top part sported a carving of a 4-leaf clover. The orange light of the room was reflected on its surface as I tilted it. By the way, about your research, have you already talked to the person who's usually at the counter here during the day? The girl picked up another pamphlet and began reading it. She's the caretaker of the inn you're investigating. She's been working here for quite a long time, so I imagine she could tell you a lot of things that you wouldn't find written down. The girl remained silent and turned back to her scrapbook. I can ask her if you want. In exchange for going home for the day? I like that idea. The girl closed her notebook. I'll be going then. This little girl is weird, bro. How is she mapping the whole inn? And she hasn't even talked to the innkeeper. Good morning, Sachiko. The weather sure is nice today, isn't it? Why don't we do it here now, seeing how it's so warm? Pressed my fingers against my temples. They still ached from all that alcohol. I was still sitting on the bed in my pajamas when Arasaki entered the room and passed by me. She parted the curtains, making the light reach the tip of my toes. I gotta sleep. Bye. Sleep well. Click, click. I glanced at the window and saw her moving the table with the chessboard on it to a spot with better sunlight. After that, she pulled up a chair and sat down in front of the table. You promised to help me kill time until Mr. Nye's aunt drops by the library. I did? I don't remember. Well, I do. Where does all your energy come from? Well, then let's see. Do you remember where we left off? Not really. Was I supposed to write it down? I was just checking. I'll go get changed. After pushing aside the sheet covering my legs, I climbed out of bed. From behind, I heard the glassy sound of the chess pieces begin moved. I remember how Narasaki sacrificed her knight to open an attack on my left side at the beginning of the match. We returned to a stalemate as soon as I fended it off, though. See, you finally woken up. Did you come to my room this early on purpose? The corners of Narasaki's lips curled upward. It was worth a try, I suppose. Anyway, I would have never guessed you were so good at chess. I'm not that good. You seem quite used to the game, though. Takako was really obsessed with it at one point. She pretty much forced me to play with her all the time. Was she better than you? At first, I kept losing, but I'd say we were about equal by the time we quit. Oh, why did you quit? Takako got bored of it. I see. Naosaki smiled. If you two were about equal, then that means winning this would make me the best. I wonder about that. What do you mean? Naosaki asked as she continued to move her pieces. Is Naosaki plotting to distract me from the game with small talk, or was there another healthier reason for her sudden curiosity? I kept playing against the same opponent all the time. I knew her strong points and most of her usual tactics. I could easily predict how the first halves of our matches would usually go. But with a new opponent, I have to keep observing every move and prepare myself for the unexpected. Naosaki released her chin and moved her piece with a thoughtful "I see." As I couldn't see her face, I wasn't completely sure what I see meant. I frowned and moved my own piece. Naosaki did the same. Then it was my turn again. The way things looked, we were nearing the endgame. By the way, I met a girl when I went to look for your bookmark in the library. One with curly hair? Exactly. You realize how much she resembles you when you were younger? She does? Naosaki placed a hand on her chin, falling deep in thought. What part of us is similar? The way you look at people. She glanced up at me for a short moment and uttered, "Yeah, you two really do look alike," as if to reaffirm her own statement. As our game neared its end, Naosaki began singing a song from an old movie, Daisy Bell. I tilted my book and gave her a hard look. Are you giving up? Not even close. The pieces kept moving on the board with short clangs. Suddenly, an irritating knock on the door threw my mind into a jumble. "It's open," Naosaki responded. I checked my wristwatch, but there was still some time until noon. The door slowly opened, revealing a doll-like girl. She wore a gray blouse and a long blue skirt. Its hem lingered maybe only 10 or so centimeters above the ground. I've been having an argument with XYZ on Discord. I know, right? Instead of talking to me here, you guys just wanna talk in the Discord. I see how it is. No wonder why Gyu keeps shipping you. Damn. Yeah, with a dumbass cough cough XYZ. See, that sounds like flirting, bro. It was the same girl I met at the library. The girl didn't move any further from the door and instead looked around with suspicious eyes. She looked at me, then at Naosaki, then at the chessboard between us. "Do you remember your promise?" asked the girl as she looked at the notebook in her hands. Naosaki answered that she did. "There's something I have to ask the person who stays here. You told me I'll be able to speak with her." Naosaki leaned closer to my ear. The girl looked at us with knitted brows. "We were planning to meet with Miss Nanai's auntie in the afternoon, right? I'd like this girl to come with us if possible." The girl's eyes were transfixed on the silver bookmark on my desk, but she looked away as soon as she realized I followed her gaze. And instead glared back at me. How is that flirting? Bro. That's like some tsundere flirtatious shit, bro. "I don't mind." "Thanks," said Naosaki in a small voice. It's quite a mansion, isn't it? Naosaki looked over her shoulder. The girl was following us, keeping a moderate distance. Well, that should be a given. The place used to be the residence of an influential family until it was sold off and remodeled following the war. Even among classic hotels, you'd be hard-pressed to find a place that preserved this historical authenticity to this extent. "I see," Naosaki remarked. I heard the girl mumble, "And I see you know nothing," in a low voice. As Naosaki made an awkward smile, a voice called out to me from the window. I looked outside and saw Nanai in a straw hat, leaning her back against the cart. It was filled with little shovels, scissors, and other such equipment. "Good morning, Sachiko. Weather's looking pretty good today, eh?" She tilted her hat and looked at me. "Huh? Kozue's with you? I didn't realize you knew each other." Nanai waved at the girl next to me. She returned her energetic greeting with a blank stare. "What are you doing?" "Just playing with dirt. I'm gonna get some vegetables from the fields." She patted the bag of dirt on the cart. "You okay with yam?" "Oh, it's one of my favorites. The forecast said it's going to rain in the evening, though." I know. Well, I'm not too worried about that. The weather in the mountains is usually all over the place anyway. So what are you up to, Sachiko?" "We're on our way to greet your aunt." "Oh, I see. I just passed her in the lobby. So she's probably already waiting for you." "I see, thanks. We'll be on our way then." "Kozue's going with you too?" "Yes. That's quite the peculiar group you have there. I'm almost curious about what you're planning to discuss. Anyway, don't worry too much about my auntie. The more people there are to talk to, the happier she gets. I'm glad to hear that, said Narasaki. After reaching the lobby, we took the left corridor and after just a few steps, found a staircase leading underground to our right. We descended in an orderly line. Narasaki, who was at the front, stopped at the bottom step and opened another set of doors. Can you make an XYZ impression, GU? I would have to literally go get a plate of rice and start eating it close to the mic. That's the only way. The sweet scent of sugar lingered in the air around us. I looked back and saw Kozue grimacing. After walking through a narrow underground corridor for a while, we reached the entrance to a wide room. We stepped over the stone tile that separated the two areas. There was a round table and 3 chairs in the center of the room, as well as Nanai's aunt in an apron. She was setting plates on the table. Damn, the aunt looks hot though. Oh, you're already here? Hello, said Narasaki as I bowed my head. Nanai's aunt said her greetings, then considered us one by one. Forgive me, but I'm still in the middle of preparations. Could you wait for me at that table? I'll be back in a second. She then disappeared in another room with a tray in hand. But before she closed the door, I caught a glimpse of an old stove. Ain't no way, LMFAO? What do you mean? Doing as I'd been told, I pulled back one of the nearby chairs and sat down. Kozue did the same. Narasaki walked over to the sofa. The mom? Whoa. That's not a mom, that's an aunt. Narasaki walked over to the sofa closer to the window and after brushing off some of the accumulated dust, collapsed on it with a sigh. The walls of the underground room were made of stone with a couple of wooden windows at the top. Through said windows, I could see the tree in the yard. I realized that the stairs next to Narasaki's sofa led straight to it. Kozue, sitting in front of me, glanced around the room with an empty expression. Sorry to have kept you waiting. I turned around and noticed that Nanai's aunt had returned from the other room. She came closer to us, wiping her wet hands on her apron. Oh, it's not a problem at all. I'm sorry for bothering you at such a busy time. I tried standing up, but Nanai's aunt gestured for me to remain seated. Oh, I'm not busy at all. And even if I was, I'd prioritize a good conversation over anything else. The older a person gets, the gloomier their conversations become. So you see, I'm grateful for any chance that lets me spend some time with you youngsters. She walked to the table and sat down in the one chair that still remained open. Nice to meet you. My name is Ake Lily. Just call me Lily, okay? Are you a foreigner? Asked Kozue. No, but I've spent a long time there. That's weird, said Kozue in a small voice. She chose not to pry further. Is it? I like my name, though. Lily made a sour face, pretending to be hurt. She turned to me, noticing that I'd been looking for a chance to introduce myself as well. You're Sachiko, right? I've heard all about you from Nanai. She kept talking about what a beauty you were after she came back from Rome. Damn! It made her so excited when she learned you'd be dropping by for a visit. Narasaki let out a suggestive mumble. She might look all grown up, but she's still a child inside. She's not causing you any trouble, is she? Not at all. If anything, I'm the one causing her trouble, and she's the one looking after me. I think she makes an excellent landlady. You said it, Narasaki added. Gee, did you know that I love You love bonfires? You should go camping. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, and I've seen you at the library. Your name was, Lily gave Kozue a gentle smile. Kozue returned a blank stare. Do you forget what you came here for? Asked Narasaki. It's Kozue. Kozue looked at me and Narasaki, then finally introduced herself. Ah, right, it was Kozue, now I remember. I'm Lily, the caretaker of this inn. Alright. It was Kozue. Nice to meet you. Lily placed her palm on the girl's small head, making Kozue's young face contort into a sour expression. It's the kitchen next door. I can smell something tasty from that direction. Lily then turned to me. Yes, that's right. After learning that I'd be having guests, I decided to put my old baking skills to use, you see. No, Bon. Apple crayons? I don't think it's a good idea to make a bonfire out of apple crayons. I think you need, like, wood, twigs, things like that. Dead leaves. I prepared things in advance so it would only take a minute or two to serve you, but I must have lost my touch over the years. Oh, but don't you worry. I'm sure the taste is just fine. Do you happen to like sweet things? Yes. I looked toward the sofa. Lei shook their gaze with Narasaki as well. If I don't get enough sleep, it will stony my growth. That's the mom? What's going on if I don't get enough sleep? That is a long name. I don't get enough sleep. Welcome to the Yuri stream. Click, click, that the mom? Wait, what? Click, click? Did you change your name for a second? What the hell is that? And didn't you say go to sleep a little while ago? Yeah, you said I go to sleep. Bye. Now you're back with a different image. I'm so confused. Are you good? Click, click. I see you have a Sayu PFP now. I prefer them to spicy food. They'd be perfect with some tea, I'm sure. They certainly are. Lily made a smile before turning to Kozue. And it's not a mom, it's an aunt. That's Nanai's aunt. What about you? I don't know. Kozue made a troubled face. My favorite is a foreign type of pastry. I'm sure you'll like it too. Lily glanced at the clock on the wall. Fell asleep and woke up again? Oh no. Just hold on for a little while longer, okay? Is it going to be Spanish pastries? Yes, that's right. How did you know? Saw a picture of you in a Spanish bakery over at the cafeteria. I see. It certainly brings back memories. I worked at that place for 2 years. That bakery is run by a married couple. They would look after me like their own daughter. I mustered the courage to go overseas, but finding proper work wasn't all that easy. I had a work visa, but I couldn't speak the language. And just when my savings were about to run dry, I chanced upon that bakery. The husband spoke English, so we could communicate. I explained to him that I came to Spain to learn about cooking, but had no connections over here, nor any money left over. So he offered to let me live and work at his place. You went all the way overseas to study the culinary arts? Yes, I wanted to learn about the national cuisines of a number of different countries. After Spain, I also visited France and Germany, but I was always planning to return to Japan eventually to work at this inn. You weren't thinking about staying overseas? I made a promise with Nana's mother that we'd build and run an inn together. Nanai's mother? That's right, I think it was during one of our high school trips, but we got completely spellbound by this one inn we stayed at in Kyoto. I still remember it like it was yesterday. The look of the place, the amiable staff, the wonderful food, everything was so great it felt almost like I barged into heaven just a tad too early. Narasaki made a broad smile. You know, this whole thing about, like, a friendly inn with a great staff somewhere in Kyoto, and, like, the whole inn setting and the inn theme that they're building here actually reminds me of an anime called Hanazuka Iroha, I believe. It was a 24-episode sort of, like, slice of life anime about a girl who works in an inn. And she's like in high school, and the inn is owned by her grandmother. And I don't know, there was like some drama, some possible romances that didn't really develop much. It was an interesting little anime. I wanted to make a YouTube video about it, but I kind of feel like it's not the type of video that would get as many views. And I feel like it takes a lot of time to make those videos, and if it's not gonna get views, better off doing something else instead. See how cool you are, GU? He slept and woke up and decided to go to your live stream again? I know. That must be quite enjoyable for sure. I mean, I hope Click Click's doing alright, though. Struggling with the sleep, man. That don't sound good. Hopefully, when you do finally fall asleep, you have a dirty dream that allows you to enjoy your sleep thoroughly. Bro, those are the dreams that I sleep best for, the dirty dreams, bro. I think when I have a dirty dream, I sleep, like, the most peacefully. I don't wake up as much in the middle of the night when I have dirty dreams. Bro, I'm messing with XYZ and Azure in Discord. true unless they step on you? Bro, why would your waifu in your dream step on you? That detail never had any influence on you two? What charmed us was the otherworldly atmosphere inside. It felt as though we had traveled through time. We had all the choices in the world, so we decided to model our place according to what we liked the most. Nana inherited Miki's love for Western antiques. I was also quite into fables and old Western houses at the time. We also liked how the cafeteria and the library were designed, but above all else, we were lucky that this mansion belonged to Miki's family to begin with. She inherited it after the passing of her grandmother, and then we remodeled it according to our taste. Kozue, who was absent-mindedly looking around the room with a bored expression, suddenly raised her head. By the way, Kozue, didn't you come here to ask her about the mansion? Said Narasaki. Is it true that this place was a hospital before you took over? Lily turned to Kozue. I thought everyone had forgotten that rumor by now. In a way, you are right. This place was used as a sanatorium before the war. Bro, I had a feeling this was a sanatorium. Because the library... Wait, what? Before the war? What do they mean by that? Because Takako was in a sanatorium. And both this place and the sanatorium had a library. And they were both in the middle of kind of like nowhere. So I had a feeling that this place and the sanatorium were connected. But I don't know what they're referring to with this war. But it still belonged to the Fujisaka family. Its master at the time was a doctor, and simply felt like he should lend some of his rooms to his long-term patients. I heard there were times when over 10 patients lived alongside him in the mansion. Kozue listened to Lily's story in complete silence. I heard the grandfather clock in the lobby chime the hour. I think the pastry should be ready by now. Let's continue this conversation over some snacks and a cup of tea. Kozue gave the clock on the wall a quick glance. Lily stood up. I'll help. Thanks. I stood up myself and followed Lily into the kitchen. Still seated, Kozue picked up her carrier bag from the ground, placed it on her knees, and pulled out a folder packed with documents. She then opened it up and put it on the table. Her bag seemed to be made of cloth and had an engraving of a lily on it. Later that afternoon, the conversation shifted completely to Kozue and Lily when they began discussing the mansion. Lily brought out an old schematic and spread it across the table. Kozue kept pointing at the various parts that piqued her curiosity. I've only had one dirty dream. Damn. Why is this well in such an inconvenient location? There used to be a rear exit in the western wing. However, it got blocked as we expanded the cafeteria. No one was using the well by that time, though. Next, she pointed at the roof. Where does this chimney connect to? You notice the most interesting of things. It's connected to the stove of this room. You saw the spiral staircase in the lobby, right? That will lead you to the roof. The chimney was originally used for baths. Her hand paused for a second before traveling to a polvoron on a white porcelain plate resting on the table. She picked it up and put it into her tiny mouth. Polvorons looked like rectangular cookies at a glance, but the texture was similar to an Okinawan chinsuko. It also carried the scent of cinnamon. It would almost literally melt in my mouth, or in the mouth. Well, save for the hard almonds that would crack between your teeth. The cinnamon and the almonds created a very balanced mixture of scents and flavors. Honestly, I'd never eaten anything like this before. Lily told us the polvorons originated from Andalusia in Spain. Kozue licked the snow powder off her fingers, and after taking a sip of her black tea, placed the cup on its saucer with a light clang. She then glanced at the clock on the wall. Thank you, this was very educational. You are welcome. Is it okay if I come talk to you again? Feel free to visit whenever you like. My doors are always open to such cute guests. Kozue answered Lily's words with a blank stare. You'd be even cuter if you smiled a bit more. Kozue paused for a few seconds, seemingly analyzing the idea, then stuffed all her things in her bag and left the room. You can come by any time. Kozue, without turning back, climbed the stairs and disappeared from sight. I'll go see the princess off. Narasaki rose to her feet. Giving head, bro. Your character is glitching or something? Yeah, I don't know why. For some reason, like, my movement capture app hasn't been working well today. It's weird. I think it'll readjust, I don't know. Lee and I saw the two off. I wonder if she's planning to be an architect or a designer in the future. It's pretty inspiring to see someone so young start from such an early age. I agree. She's quick on the uptake and is clearly motivated. If only she acted a bit friendlier, she'd be a favorite among the teachers. Lee paused there. Seemed as though she was just about to reveal the reason behind Kozoi's behavior. Like Narasaki said before, everyone had their own individual circumstances. Maybe she likes you, but isn't good at showing it. I feel like you could have given her some even better advice, though. Lee kept her fingers on her teacup's handle without actually lifting up the cup itself. Nana told me you were running a design office in the city. I am. What kind of job is it exactly? I got that question a lot. We meet our clients' demands, whatever they may be. You make advertisements for magazines and TV stations? If the project calls for it. I believe it's an expanding business. Radios, newspapers, television, almost everyone uses them these days. Your workload must be increasing by the day, or am I wrong? You're right that we get more offers nowadays. However, most of the big companies already have their established ties with old advertising agencies, so a relatively new place like ours tends to only get local, small-scale projects. Oh, so it's an old business, actually. Advertising has been around for over 100 years. I see. Are you interested in advertising? Lee waved her hand in front of her face. Ah, no, the topic simply came up when I chatted with someone in the town the other day. Living up here in the mountains in the middle of nowhere leaves me plenty of time to think about and ponder, you see? Bro first had a black sweater with purple, then Miku, then black sweater with a cat. Do you have a problem with my wardrobe changes? Lee smiled and I couldn't help smiling in return. I heard the grandfather clock chime for the 9th time. I think I should be going. Oh, I didn't realize it's gotten so late. Just give me a second. Lee promptly vanished into the kitchen and returned with a basket full of pastries neatly lined on a piece of kitchen paper sporting a flower design. Take this with you. Thank you very much. I'll make sure to use them as a midnight snack. You can hand the basket to Nana when she comes to your room. Thank you. Both the tea and your pastries were delicious. It's been so long since I had the chance to chat with a fresh face. I'd be happy to talk some other time, so don't be shy. Alright. Gave her a small bow and headed toward the exit. Miss Sachiko? Yes? I think Nanai likes you very much. I bet, bro. I bet. She's been working at this inn since she was a child, and with her hobbies being antiques and working in the fields, she never had any friends her age. Would you mind becoming her first? I'm also having fun spending time with her. I see. I suppose that was an empty concern on my part. Lily gave me the warmest smile I'd seen from her today. Ah, that's right. She stopped me again. I forgot about it earlier, but I know the architect who is responsible for remodeling this place. I think Kozuri might be interested in meeting him too. Could you tell her for me when you see her around? Of course. Well then, see you. I made another bow as Lily waved me goodbye. Sorry for holding you up so many times. I'm done now, I promise. Goodbye. Her slender fingers reached out to the book on the top shelf, but instead of pulling it out, only managed to push it deeper inside. Here you go. Standing behind Kozoi and her wooden stand, I took the volume she was trying to reach. I thought you went home. You know what seeing this little girl in the library reminds me of? So I'm not sure why the little girl is in this story. I'm not sure what her role is, what her significance is going to be. Which makes me feel like, you know, I'm questioning why they put her in here. But me questioning why she's here reminds me of a story. So I was watching Trash Taste Podcasts, and I think it was the episode that they released last week, where they were talking about some sort of, I don't know if it was like an anime or a game, but apparently I think like Japan was making a pitch to like, I guess, a Western company to try to get a Western release for something maybe, and the Western company was like, okay, but you gotta get rid of the lolly. And apparently the Japanese company was like no, the lolly stays. I don't remember how the whole conversation goes, but I remember that one sentence that the Trash Taste Boys mentioned, where the company was like the lolly stays. Bro. I was planning to go after checking this. Ignoring the doll, she climbed down from the stand and walked over to the same desk as yesterday while carrying a large book. I sat down in the seat in front of hers. Cozily opened the book right away and began scribbling down some notes. Alright, Lily said. She could introduce you to an architect if you're interested. He could show you how the actual work gets done. I see. When? I don't know. She didn't mention it, so I suppose they can arrange it whenever. You can ask her yourself. Cozily stared at me for a long few moments until finally breaking our gaze. That was a funny story, yeah, and Lolly's the best character in it. Wait, what was it they were referring to? What was the anime or game again? I forgot. Or are you saying that the Lolly's the best character in this game? So you watched Trash Taste podcast too, huh? I was like trying to watch some of the recent one, but I ended up falling asleep for my nap that I took today. So I only got to see like the first 20 minutes or so. Like Connor was telling this long story about the crazy cab ride where the cab stopped like 3 blocks away and then he had to rush to get it picked up, and then the driver like didn't know where he was going, and it was just like a whole fucking convoluted mess. No, but I know the story. Cyberpunk Edge Runners. I'm gonna look that up. Cyberpunk. Oh, the art style looks pretty cool. For like the sort of like the cover art, it looks really cool. Apparently it's on Netflix. The lolly looks like a robot if the lolly is the thing that I'm looking at. I'm gonna type in lolly and see what happens. Yeah, the lolly looks like a robot. What up with that? Is she a robot? Well, that's interesting. Is this a story for the Cyberpunk 77 game? I did not know that. I never played Cyberpunk 77. I've watched people play it. One of my friends that I mod for, he streamed it. Heavily modded, damn. Cozily stared at me for a few long moments until finally breaking our gaze. I'm grateful for what you did today. Thank you. She muttered that without looking at me while continuing to scribble away at her papers. Is this really that important for you? Not really. I'm just looking it up because I'm curious. How did you get interested in this place to begin with? It was close. I don't really care what it is. I just like doing research. There are a lot of people who like crossword puzzles, right? It's the same. Crossword puzzles? If you know how many windows there should be in a room, you can tell how many rooms a building has just by looking at it from the outside. What? Who even thinks about windows and rooms in this way? I mean, it's true, but still, what the hell? You can tell it has a fireplace if there's a chimney. And as you research that, you find more and more things that answer your questions. It's like a crossword puzzle, right? So you don't have any special feelings for this place? Kozue could see scribbling without answering. All I could hear was the rustling of paper and the light thud of the pen as it pressed against the desk. I looked up at the ceiling to realize it was already dark outside. The sounds of writing suddenly ceased. I returned my gaze to Kozue and found her staring at me. Why do you care about me so much? To be completely honest, it's because you remind me of my good friend. What kind of person is she? She regarded me with another one of her sharp stares. She was a smart girl who liked books, kind of like you. You could say she was also kind of difficult to deal with. I don't think she had any other friends besides yours truly. Kozue mumbled something as she began stuffing her notes into her bag. I picked up the book she left lying on the table. Kozue didn't say anything, so I returned it to its original place on the shelf. I turned around to see Kozue staring at me, all ready to go. It's okay, the anime's better, but suffers from some of the same writing issues. Great licensed anime though by Trigger. Would have been much worse without the lolly, so the lolly fucking carries. No wonder they fought hard for the lolly. She broke her gaze right away and started toward the exit. I mean, just looking at the art, she kind of looks like the most interesting character. Like, the design gives a sense that she brings something unique to the story. I followed after her, leaving the library. I caught up to her on the stone-paved road and continued walking with her until we came to the fork that split off to the mansion. You live behind that mountain? Where even is Saru? Bro, Saru, bro, he gone, bro, he gone. Hard carry, for real. I heard there was a small village there. Is it close? Yes. I'd love to see it. Can I come with you for a part of the way? Kozue stole a short glance at me and let out a small sigh. She didn't outright reject me, so I kept going. We passed the road that split to the mansion, eventually reaching a set of stone stairs. We ascended them and found ourselves on an outside road. Kozue continued up the slanted, unpaved slope without changing her speed. Looking behind, I saw the three-way junction we passed with the car back when I first came to the mansion. I turned back and addressed Kozue. How did you feel about meeting Lily today? I caught up to Kozue and lined up next to her as she gave me a puzzled look. Everyone was calling her an aunt, so I imagined it to be someone older. Thought she'd be at least as old as Nanai's mom. Kozue didn't seem too interested and just shrugged. After a few minutes, we found ourselves in front of a small tunnel. A single car would have trouble fitting in. We reached the end of the short tunnel and emerged onto a wide basin. The irrigation ditches sprawl all across the area, disappearing beyond the mountain. A small river flowed in the middle. Most of the fields were either rice or wheat plantations, with a few isolated farms visible here and there. We continued down the gentle slope of the unpaved road along the river. It's beautiful here. There's nothing here. That can be a good thing, depending on how you look at it. I stopped, but Kozue didn't. The distance between us began to grow. I think I'll be turning back around here. Kozue seemed on the verge of looking back, but ended up continuing onwards without paying me any further attention. As I made my way back through the tunnel, I realized that the southern end of the mountain was brighter than the northern one. I was walking through the inner yard, watching the orange-tinted light of dusk illuminate the second-floor windows when I spotted Nanai approaching with a cartwheel of vegetables. She looked like a beggar from some old fable, her forehead covered in sweat and mud, her face frozen in a broad smile. Oh. She waved my way after spotting me, just like she did this morning. Looks like it was a bountiful harvest. We're having lots of fresh vegetables for dinner tonight. Oh right, did you manage to meet my auntie? Yes. I raised the basket in front of her. I see you got yourself some polverons. I saw her making them this morning. Those things are to die for. Care for some? You sure? Yes. Nanai came closer, pulling her hands out of muddy cotton gloves. Oh, there was still some dirt on her hands. It must have seeped through the gloves. Here you go. I picked up one of the polverons and dangled it in front of Nanai's mouth. She took a bite. It's good. I love how it melts in your mouth, she said while wiping her forehead. Is Lily not a full-blooded Japanese? Nanai paused for a few moments, then burst into laughter. I see she still introduces herself as that. Is that not her real name? I gave her an incredulous look. She's 100% Japanese. It's just that, apparently, she thought her real name didn't suit the mood of this place, so she changed it up a bit. I see. Her real name's Eureka. That's a beautiful name. I agree. Lily was apparently the name of a character in a movie she liked as a child, but I can't comment much on that since I never saw it. I see. Nanai's gaze was transfixed on the basket, so I gave her another polveron. Anyway, we gotta go back and start preparing for dinner. I'll be looking forward to it. Oh, you totally should. Bye-bye, see you tomorrow. The nurse leaned down and waved the boy goodbye. Goodbye. The boy took his mother's hand, who had leaned down just like the nurse, and continued toward the gates of the kindergarten where his parents' car waited. Red dragonflies fluttered against the backdrop of the crimson sunset. I returned to my book. After a bit of time, another car arrived, and there was one less child again. Bro! It's little Takako! Bro, this is too cute right now. What are you reading? A child's voice caught me unawares. I looked from the book to see a young girl with a ponytail staring at me. Let's play if you're alone, she suggested before I could answer. I'm not alone. I glanced at my red-haired friend beside me. She looked at the ponytailed girl. Cutest? For real, for real. Tips, Narasaki Clinic. Bathroom and kitchen. Chapter 3. Promise. Alright, since we made it to chapter 3, I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna save game and we'll read the tips to see what the new tips are, and then we'll end stream after I read those tips. Nameless disease is the next scenario. That's crazy. Well, that's not fun. That sounds sad. Why, Takako? You're so cute. Don't die like this. Takako. When will this rain stop? That rain is the rain of my tears from when Tracy bullied me yesterday. Sounds like a plan. Sachiko was on room 208's bed, her upper body raised. Her gaze was fixed in front of her. It didn't seem like she had noticed me just yet. I tried addressing her but received no reaction. Are you okay? Upon drawing closer to the bed, I noticed she was soaked all over and shaking from the cold. Her face and her skin in general was paler than ever. I placed a hand on her bed. The thing was cold as ice. I called out her name and placed my hand on her shoulder. Can you tell who I am? Sachiko slowly looked up at me. As her eyes finally began to focus, she asked me, in a tone calm and natural, what I was doing here so late at night. I came over to see how you were doing. Are you feeling okay? I'm a bit cold. I gave her a nod. You seem to be freezing. I think you should take a hot bath. I stuck my hands under Sachiko's freezing knees and chest, lifting her up and carried her all the way to the bathroom. I made her sit on the edge of the bathtub, however. As I was pressing the shower, she stopped me, saying she could handle that much herself. I took Sachiko's soaked clothes and left the bathroom. The loud hiss of the shower filled my ears. Through the glass of the adjacent washroom, I continued keeping an eye on her. Still sitting on the edge of the bathtub, Sachiko poured some hot water on herself. White steam escaped through the slit of the open door. I leaned against the bathroom wall and organized my thoughts. A whole bunch of unnatural phenomena occurred in quick succession. From how Sachiko's bed was cold to the touch, to how I was seemingly transported to a completely unfamiliar room for a brief period of time. I wanted to investigate the room again, but couldn't leave Sachiko on her own. It also felt quite obvious that she was at the center of it all. Sachiko kept telling me how certain things happening at the clinic were odd. However, she had yet to say a single thing about that earlier phenomenon. It's possible that to her, what happened wasn't odd in the slightest. I gave the notebook I had previously placed on the bathroom shelf a glance. I ended up bringing it with me in the heat of the moment. After giving the shower another quick look, I picked up the notebook. I opened to the last few entries, the ones I had previously skipped. It had a passage about how Takako was feeling worse. She passed away due to an illness. There were no details regarding the exact nature of the illness, but it seemed like Takako wasn't hospitalized and instead received treatment at home. I looked for the date Sachiko came to my clinic, but there was no entry like that. I flipped back to the last entry. It was yesterday. I heard the shower handle turn, accompanied by the sound of the water gradually stopping. I addressed Sachiko, successfully catching her attention. I'll bring you a change of clothes. Alright. You could also take a bath if you're still feeling cold. It's okay. I think I've warmed up enough. I left the room to get her a change of clothes. Both the corridor and the room had returned to a normal temperature, but I didn't feel like investigating that right now. I grabbed some clothes from the wardrobe and hurried back to the bathroom. Sachiko was still sitting on the other side of the glass door. As I placed the clothes in the bathroom basket, she suddenly asked me how long it had been since she came here. Today makes the 5th day. I never stayed here for that long. Yeah. Are you sure I'm not bothering you? I'd rather you didn't think like that. This is my job. But I have to do my best to cooperate, right? It would certainly make the process easier. I suppose so. Is there anything in particular you want me to do? I thought about it, but I'm not sure. Everything in this clinic exists for a reason. Do you remember how you got here? I don't, I'm sorry. I was here before I realized it. There has to be something. What do you think? I thought back to the day Sachiko came here. The first thing she did was tell me about Takiko. Tried to avoid the subject as to not upset her, but perhaps that was precisely the hint for what she wanted from me. Maybe you came here to talk about Takiko. To talk about Takiko? What exactly? Let's see. For example, I don't know much about what happened to you two after you left for Tokyo. I'd definitely be interested to hear more about that. All sorts of things happen. How about we talk about that for a while after you're done? I mean, if you're okay with it. In the middle of the night? I finally remembered what time it was. Still, I didn't feel like I'd be able to sleep, and I figured it'd be for the best to hear her out as soon as possible. I'm good as long as you're not too sleepy. Sachiko ended up agreeing to my proposition. Sachiko finished her bath, got changed, and dried her hair in her room. In the meantime, I prepared some coffee and white chocolate for us to snack on. Sachiko sat down in her seat and began telling me about her memories of the past, starting from when they left our hometown. About how they were originally employees of a particular company, about how they quit, about how they traveled to countless countries together. Sachiko summarized everything briefly, but with enough detail to give me a vivid picture of everything that happened. I went to a southern island where Takiko quite a while back. As we were gazing at the stars there, she said that nothing that happened would ever disappear. The same way we still saw the light of the stars from 100 years ago in the night sky. That the same sight would still be visible in real time on some faraway planet. I feel the same way, but if that's true, I wonder how far I'll be able to go without her. You remember her just fine, don't you? I hope so. Our conversation paused there as Sachiko took a sip of her coffee. She told me a large variety of stories, and all of them were easy to understand. I heard about their plans for the future, the hurdles they ran into, and the ways they managed to overcome them. Her memories are clear and precise, like stories from a book. They all had roots, connected to the trunk and then branches, ending in countless leaves and fruits, each a story on its own. As a result, I didn't merely listen. I saw what she had once seen. Perhaps I really did want to talk to someone about Takiko. Sachiko placed a cup on the table. I agreed. I'm impressed. You were getting around even better than I thought. I can tell what you were thinking about us. Sachiko made a faint smile. I mean, I'm impressed you retained your free spirit even while working for a company. It wasn't exactly easy, but it wasn't too hard either. You were always smart, and Takiko was always decisive and the first to act. I think you made quite a team. Takiko's actually really smart herself, at least when it comes to ideas and inventiveness. You leave her to her devices for a couple minutes and she'll soon find something to amuse herself with. Even back in elementary school, she kept getting us involved in all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Whether it's a game or a job, she never runs out of ideas. Compared to that, I was no better than a dry well. I only survived because she kept sharing her water with me. Takiko may have chosen you because you knew how to put that water to use. Sachiko paused and focused her eyes on the top of the table. Perhaps Takiko noticed your talent from the very beginning. She has pretty good intuition, too. Sachiko took a bite out of the chocolate, sipped her coffee, and let out a breath. Her movements were smooth and deliberate, giving her a somewhat refined air. It looked like she had finally managed to relax a little. I wanted to share my memories with someone. Up until now, if I ever had doubts about something, all I had to do was ask Takiko. But from now on, I'll have to start thinking for myself. But then, the memories we shared are too detailed and plentiful for one person. I'm not entirely sure I understand. Sachiko shook her head. I'm sorry, that was a poor choice of words. I myself don't understand half of what I meant. I know you're trying to tell me something. It would have been better if I could have predicted it by myself, but it's okay, thank you. Sachiko made a gentle smile. However, seeing that made me somewhat sad. It would probably never appear another person in her life who could understand her from half a word. And I knew that the parts no one could understand would sooner or later disappear from one's mind. But at least I can make sure to remember everything you tell me. The past won't change even if I forget it. Memories and their loss is exactly what I'm researching. You could say I'm a professional at not letting people forget things. I just want some weight off my shoulders. I brought my chair over to the bed and kept talking to Sachiko until she fell asleep. I summarized the highlights of my conversation with her on a memo pad. The clock had just struck 2 a.m. Alright, so that was bathroom. And this is kitchen. Complete silence descended upon the room as Sachiko fell asleep, almost as if time itself had stopped. I grabbed the notebook I found earlier and started reading it from the beginning. It felt a bit different after having heard Sachiko talk about those memories. Like it would lead me back to that cold, dark room. After reading through the entire notebook, I returned to the first page. This time, I compared its contents with my own memos about what Sachiko had told me. I was hoping to find a date marking the divergence between the two. I rubbed my heavy eyelids with one hand while the other was busy holding down the diary. After some careful deliberation, I picked out a date. I placed the notebook on my knees and opened it to the corresponding page. I read through the entry one more time, then pulled out a cutter knife from my coat pocket and removed all the entries after that date from the notebook. I tucked those pages into my pocket. It was 4:30 according to the clock. I gave the black window a look. It almost looked like the darkness was swirling inside its frame. My arm slipped from the armrest, pulling me out of sleep. Sachiko slowly sat up in bed. Good morning. Good morning. After greeting me in a low voice, Sachiko looked at the clock. It was 12 o'clock. Hungry? Sachiko opened her mouth, then closed it again and nodded. We left the room together and continued to the kitchen. Is that all for today? Bro, Azure, you've been gone for like an hour, and then you come out of nowhere and you're like, get the hell out of here, GU. Can't believe this shit. Can't believe this shit. Hella toxic. I looked for something in the fridge that could be eaten with little preparation. In the end, I pulled out some bread, pork chops, cheese, and salad, placing them all on a plate. I cleaned everything from the table, carried the chair from the corner of the room to it, and made Sachiko sit down. As I was filling our cups with freshly made coffee, Sachiko finally gave me a sober look. Did it go well yesterday? I did all that I could. Sitting down in my chair, I put some cheese and salad onto my bread, and took a bite. Sachiko mimicked me. One sandwich was enough to fill me up. I was more concerned with sleeping than eating at the moment. Meanwhile, Sachiko ate 3 sandwiches. Do you want me to bring another one? No, I've had enough. You ate quite a bit, if I'm being completely honest. I was feeling really hungry. You had no appetite over the past few days, so that's a relief. Feel a lot better, thank you. Sachiko took a sip of her coffee. I picked up a slice of cheese that didn't fit on any of the sandwiches. Sachiko placed a cup of coffee on the table and glanced at the window. The outer part of the window was protected by black bars that were slightly bent at their edges. Beyond them, you could see the trunk of the tree in the inner yard. I couldn't tell exactly what she was looking at. I'll keep this diary for you. There was nothing but a disinterested Sachiko's voice as she gave me her permission. Feelings always fade with time. It's hard to maintain them if you live your life normally. Are you trying to console me? Yeah. That was so convoluted I barely understood it. Sachiko made a cheerful smile and looked at her hands resting on her knees. We started writing that after Takiko got sick. Perhaps it's best to do as you say. I'll keep it for you. Also, once you find that your mood has returned to normal, the sooner you leave this place, the better. Hi. Click, click. You still awake, man? You doing alright? Click, click. Drink some warm tea or something. You gotta get some chamomile tea. Click, click. Supposed to help you fall asleep. The chamomiles. What? I've been here listening to your voice. Bro. Just admit it. XYZ is your new best friend now. You don't need me anymore. If I've learned anything from the Discord, that's what I've learned. I feel betrayed, abandoned, forgotten. I accidentally just opened my art app. Oops. Alright. Still holding her coffee cup, Sachiko thanked me with a nod. I met her gratitude with a smile. No, I just woke up again. Damn. I'll prepare a bath for the evening. We ended up chatting half the night away. So how about we let some hot water wash the exhaustion away and go to bed early for now? Good morning, click, click. I fell asleep while watching? Well, I guess we're done. We just finished, we finished chapter 2, and we finished the 2 tips that we unlocked after chapter 2. So next Saturday, we'll continue playing Seabed, and we'll resume from chapter 3. I accidentally just restarted the freaking thingamabob. Alright. So yeah, next Saturday, we'll continue Seabed. We'll start from chapter 3, same time. Tomorrow, we're doing 2 streams, 2 different games. And I'll try to find time maybe next week to do more Genshin Spiral Abyss and co-op play for those who are interested in co-op play. Maybe on Friday again, just like we did this week. I'll have to make sure I have energy on Friday. I'm gonna have to probably eat some more Thai food to keep me energized and full of morale. Good stream. Thanks and have a good night. I'm glad you had fun, Jack. Hope to see you again next week for the continuation of Seabed. Hope you have a nice weekend, guys. Thanks for stopping by and keeping me company. Always a pleasure talking to you guys. Make sure you eat well, sleep well. Hope to see you again soon. Arrivederci.